Alrighty, chat. Hello, hello. It's my face. Happy Wednesday, chat. How are we all doing today? Hope you guys are doing well. Slowly turn the game audio for Resident Evil on. Beware zombie noises. Okay. How we all doing today? We're getting so close to the end of the game here. Knocking stuff over. This is fine. Y'all ever just have a massive, like, pile of cords next to you? It's fine. How we all doing, though? Nightshade, Peace, Rabid, hello, hello. Happy Wednesday, chat. We are halfway through the week, and that means we are another step closer to Crimbus. Hope you guys are all having a pretty good day so far. I'm pretty happy right now. We got 2 follows yesterday that I don't think I saw. I think those must have been after we ended stream. So thank you, Matthew and AGF Dad, for the follow. Much appreciated. Chat, our follows have been just absolutely, like, popping off. It's been awesome. We're not even at the end of the year yet, and we're already all the way well past our initial 500 followers goal that we had, and honestly well on the way towards our end of next year goal. We're already at 523 followers, and the goal for next year is only, what, like 750? So that's, like, amazing. Yes, that does mean we are a step closer to the Crimbus puppy, which is very exciting. Oh, struggling to get the rest of the Christmas stuff up? Don't beat yourself up too hard if you can't get to it. It does happen. It's okay. Just do what you can and be kind to yourself for what you get done. Okay. I don't know how the volume is. Why does OBS keep switching screens? I don't know why it's doing that. I hope that's a bug that they can, like, resolve or something, because that's driving me crazy. Okay. Let's see. We are at the lab entrance here, chat. So, this is where we left off. Does it seem, like, really quiet? Why is my volume wheel not working? There it goes. That was weird. Like, I know it's not a particularly loud part of the game, but, like, you gotta give me something. You've been searching yesterday's session for a moment worthy of a clip that you remember? Oh no. That could take a hot minute. Sorry. Oh no, you're trying to fill your Pokedex? Yeah, that can take a hot minute. Okay, let's see what we've got going on here. Let us see what the lab entails. This seems fine. This is fine. Okay, they've given us another gas can to dispose of zombies vibing on the ground. We've got this dude just big chillin'. And that's rude. Well, he should be dead now, at least. It's worse on your end, though, because you don't have the best way to search through. Yeah, that's definitely gonna make it quite a bit harder. I wish I could just take my knife back out of his head. I am gonna get something just to go ahead and burn the body, just so it doesn't get back up later. Hopefully, assuming that he's not, like, just gone when I get back. Oh, we got a bunch of stuff we can take out of our... Is something burning? I hope that's a candle. Dad's running the smoker. Well, how long the fuck has my window been open? What the fuck? I didn't open this. Oh my god, chat. I've been going nuts all week because I've been able to hear the fucking foghorns and trains. And I've looked several times and my window was not open. Oh my god. Oh my god, no wonder I've been able to hear them so clearly. Oh my god. I've like seriously been losing my shit over these stupid horns. Repetitive sounds like drive me up the walls. No, Mom wouldn't do that. Mom actually doesn't like my window being open because it makes the house cold. So, no, definitely not Mom doing it. No, I just must have opened it at some point and not realized. It wasn't, like, open super far. It was only open, like, a crack. So, like, a quick glance of me not paying attention and I wouldn't necessarily notice. And it just, oh my gosh. No! Okay. So, let's go ahead. Burn this guy. So he doesn't come back. You know, we hope. Let's reload this. I need to stand further away when I do that, because I'm just wasting ammo and, like, all of my stuff at this point. Let's burn this guy. pick this up. The fewer of these guys that I have coming after me later, the better. Alright, let's combine these. Do I want to take another... I think I'm going to drop the lighter off now and not do another set. I'll hold on to the herbs. Okay. So yep, these bodies are gone now, and thankfully should not be replaced with scarier enemies later. We don't have a map for this area yet. Another disc. Okay, that's the second one of these. This is locked electronically. Okay. That herb, I think, is the only thing left in this hallway. Alright, what do we got down here? Gate. Whoop, hello. Oh, okay. I didn't realize he was that close to me. That's on me. Oh, he's bleeding. I could have just waited that out. I hate this view so much. Okay. Oh my god, these views are atrocious. Okay. I am just using every single fucking thing that I have on these guys. Like, come on. Okay, he's down. Just such an absolute waste of... Is this just a full circle? Yes, it is. Okay. I'm wasting so much chat. I'm getting really low on ammo, too. I hate that. I don't like this camera either. Levers for releasing the door locks. The locks, there's locks on the levers, too. Okay. Sure, game. Okay, that door is not an actual door. But there appears to be... Ah, there it is. I was like, there appeared to be another door. Where is that at? We've got some x-rays. Oh, sorry, chat. What do we have here? Clark David. That's so helpful. There doesn't appear to be much going on with these lungs, liver, stomach, some intestines. Oh! Okay, here we go. Let's put all these up, I guess. Oh, Gail Holland, too. A memo on the message board catches your attention. Something scrawled on the notepad. To use the electronic door, place the initials in alphabetical order. C, D, G, H. Okay. Put these ones up. These ones up. Shouldn't that be in order? It was A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. I didn't hear anything like make a sound, though. Dearest Ada, by the time you read this letter, I'll no longer be the person you once knew. The results of my test came out today, and as expected, it came out positive. I feel like I'm teetering on the edge of reason just thinking about my impending doom. I would give anything not to have to become one of them. As far as I know, you are not infected, and sincerely hope you did not reach such a desperate pass, but if it has turned out that you are now the last person remaining alive, I want you to get the material from the visual data room. Then activate the self-destruct system in the power room and escape from here. Please do everything in your power to make this whole accident public. Everything is still running normally. You should be able to release all the locks using the security system. I have set up the terminal in the small security room so that you can log into the system using my name and your name as the password. You'll need another password to release the lock of the door in the basement, level 2, where the visual data room is located. As a safety measure, I have coded that password into an X-ray picture, a Rowentanogram. Big words. Chatter my doom! I know you, and I'm sure you'll be able to work it out without any trouble. There's just one more thing, and it is my last request. I hope you never have to lay eyes on me in this state, but if you do happen to run into me in my hideous form, I beg you to put me out of my misery. I hope you understand. Thank you, Ada. Yours truly, John. John and Ada. Okay. So these are, like, in order, so I don't know... Fuck. Let me out. That's not right. I was right the first time. I don't know how this helps me, though. They didn't, like, do anything. Some kind of a switch. Press it. Yes. Part of it is glowing red. Now, part of it is glowing red. Why are they all glowing red, though? I don't know what this means for me! Why were they glowing red? Alex's, like, colon, Clark's esophagus, Ed's liver, and Gail's lungs, but why? What does it mean? I don't know what it wants. I don't know what it wants, chat. I... So confused. So absolutely confused. Okay, what's over here instead? Okay. Probe monitors. Corpse lies on a table. Ooh. Oh my god. Okay. It was... Fuck, how did they spell John? J-O-H... N... And then Ada? Woohoo! Basement door lock operation. 2. A pass. I don't have a password for this. It's just that to put the names in order and then I don't. I don't know! I don't know what it. I don't. Researcher's notes. There's now evidence that when the host loses consciousness, the body goes into a dormant state. During this time, the virus becomes active and rapidly transforms and reconstructs the basic composition of the body. Host eventually mutated into a humanoid creature. We call them VX. Speed and amazing muscular development are particularly noteworthy. After transformation, it becomes more agile and aggressive. Already 4 of our researchers have died from trying to feed it, turning the place into an instant bloodbath. Ever since this tragic and barbaric accident, we have decided to call its kind Crimson Heads. Yeah, they suck. That dangerous and precious prototype specimen can't be left there. We have to figure out a way to deal with it. Termination is definitely not an option. We finally decided to freeze the specimen and confine the body inside the basement of the backyard cemetery. Already dealt with that. More frozen shit. I will take a battery pack because I am low on ways to stun these assholes. Cadvers are frozen, wrapped in body bags. Oop, I accidentally found a first aid kit. That's everything in this room now. What do we got? Herbs. We like herbs. Okay, what do we got in this one? More herbs. That's fine. Oh, just an herb. My bad. That's totally different. Okay, and then all the other doors are locked. Something like a power area. Oh god, he's already transformed into the scary kind. Oh, that happened so fast. I'm in so much trouble, chat. Oh, he's already a scary one, and that's so bad. Okay, we have to be able to figure out what the pattern is here. So, colon, liver, lungs, and esophagus. We were right about what those are. Do we just use the first letter of these as well? Okay, so we put those in order, so if we flip this... C... E... What, just C-E-L-L? Is that... so we're currently in basement 3. So that'd be the B3 door that we're trying to open. Just never touch that. Oh, it's the wrong door. This one. Okay. Don't make me log in again. Just, like, fucking remember and... Okay. So B3 is... Oh. Already done? Uh... Wait. What did that... I don't know what I'm looking at here. Entry into the room is limited to the sole person who deactivates the lock with all of the passcodes. It just closed. I don't... Is this the one that I needed the password for? Yes. Cool. We got it. Okay. I don't know what that did for me either. Oh, that's the one upstairs is unlocked now. Oh, it looks like the one in the middle is unlocked now as well. Or maybe that is the one that I just... I fucking can't read the maps on... I will just never touch that to save my life. Is this door open now? We've got save tapes, we've got flame rounds, we've got this thing. A slide filter. And something is sounding slimy. You're the slimy. God, fuck this game! Okay, he's bleeding. That's good. Facts. To Sanitation Division, Manager of Sanitation from Raccoon Disaster Contingency Committee. The contents of this fax are confidential and intended for the named addressee only. Any copying or disclosure of the contents of this fax to any third party is strictly forbidden by the sender. After reading the contents of this fax, it must be destroyed immediately. They didn't do that, chat. Sucks to be them. We expect significant increase in the damage done by the recent T-virus outbreak than initially estimated. There are several concerns. First concern, more than half of the researchers have been infected by the T-virus and died. It has also been reported that almost all of the survivors of this accident are starting to show symptoms of the T-virus infection. Second concern, our secret security patrol team has also been completely eradicated. Therefore, our most secret research is in danger of public disclosure. Quick actions are demanded to prevent mass media coverage. Third concern, there's a high possibility that most of the specimens are running loose inside the compound. We expect many casualties to follow. However, yet unfortunate, these casualties underscore the success of our research results. Actions must be taken to prevent our research results from being made public. We suspect the first official intervention will come from the state police and STARS. We strongly recommend taking measure against them first. Dun dun dun. Security system passcode transmission device. If you had an MO disk, you could transmit the passcode to the system. We have one. Unlocked something. Cool. I need to go get the other 2 discs now, then. Seems to be something behind this sturdy door. Open it. You know, I'm gonna wait on that one, chat. Yeah, we're gonna wait on that one. Yeah. Structure displayed isn't quite human. I mean, it looks human. Okay, let's make our way back now. I'm gonna go ahead and grab the lighter again, I think, chat. Because the fact that these guys are already looking like the Crimson things is worrying me. And I don't... This hallway had 2 of them in it, and I don't want to have to deal with 2 of them. So, if we're lucky, ha ha ha, we can clear shit out here and only have to deal with 1 in the hallway. If I also burn the one that was in the room with me before it can turn into anything was probably also going to be a pretty safe idea. Okay, so let's swap these guys real quick. Let's swap this here. Fuel canteen. Get rid of this herb. I'm gonna put the slide ribbon away for now as well, chat. I'm gonna take the Magnum just in case that red crimson dude gets up as soon as I attempt to deal with him. I'm so low on handgun ammo, it's not even funny. Let's go ahead and save real quick. Okay. Also, I don't think I said hi to you yet, Wolf. I'm sorry. Hello. And Nully, thank you for the resub for 7 months. Look at that. Nully, you're getting so close to a year. You're over the halfway mark. How you doing today, friend? Hope you're doing well. Alright, let's go ahead and fill up our canister here so we can try to get rid of the zombies. This is our last use of this, I think. Okay, so let's... Oh, I need the other... I had another MO disc I need to grab. That's also important. Getting some of your dailies done in Destiny? Nice, nice. Did you get to do the exotic mission yet? Alright, where's that other... Oop, there it is. Oink. There we go. Cool. Now we should be better off, I think. Okay, here's hoping that the crimson ones aren't standing up yet. I saw they had already turned, so hopefully we get lucky here. I hadn't expected to see them, like, switch how they look so quickly, so I'm... Okay, we didn't immediately get charged by it. Shit. He's so fast! No! Have the solo op perks, you might be able to solo it. It's not as difficult as some of the other ones have been, so I think soloing it's going to be super doable. I was worried about this, though. I knew that he was going to get up again. Okay, I think I, like, fully blew his head off. So, that's fine. It's fine, chat. It's fine. Okay, let's take care of the one that's in here next, though. Okay, it still looks like a regular one, which is a good sign for us. So let's go ahead and get rid of it so we can save... Because this is a really small room to have to deal with a crimson one in. Cool. We shouldn't have to worry about that anymore. Let's put the other MO disc in. Wait, why can't I use it? Do I need to interact with the door lock first? There were 3 door locks, so maybe I do have to interact with it first. Pull that one. Okay. So maybe now I can do the next one? That would be nice. Okay, I guess there must be different rooms that I can do this in. Alright, let's do the really bad idea now. Fuel may explode if shaken or jarred. Oh, this is fine. Looks like a refueling device. Hmm. Okay. I don't know. That's weird. I expected to be able to interact with the other... Like, put a new disc in and then, like, be able to do the other pieces! Oh my god. He got so close to me, chat. Okay. Hated that a lot. Okay, I think this is a new door we haven't been through yet. Another disc that I don't... Okay, fine. I have done Warlord's Ruin. Yeah, that was a really cool, a really cool dungeon. I don't think I haven't seen Bife's video, yet, so I'll might have to take a look at that to see what all the references he's talking about are. That could be a fun watch. Oh, is this a door? No. Oh, snap. Umbrella Bioorganic Weapon Official Report. Ah, Cerberus. Neptune. Hunter. Hunters suck, chat. Tyrant. Bioorganic Weapons Research Group. Development Staff. There's a dude on the right. Barcode? Okay. I don't know why this looks like a door if I can't go in there. That's rude. Alright, we gotta do some unloading again. And as well, now we have a, we have 2 more discs, but it wasn't letting us swap out the discs for some reason. I don't know if it was just being a little borked, or if something is actually wrong with it. Or if it has to go to a different location. But we have a slide filter, so let's, swap some stuff out here. No, put that back. Until we deal with that last crimson, I'm not getting rid of. Not getting rid of the magnum. Okay, let's go see if the slide filter does anything. And then we can try to figure out why we can't use the other MO discs. Okay. Official report. It's just in red now. Oh, 8462. I don't know why I would need those numbers, but we have them. Oh. Woohoo! We're so smart, chat. So smart. Look at us go. Alright, what do we got here? The laboratory key. Cool. Image editing equipment. Use it to view Kenneth's film? Ugh. Real quick, chat. I need to make sure that I fixed something here. Figured out why the game's so quiet. I forgot that I turned the system volume for it, like, way the fuck down. So now I can adjust it properly for you guys. Yeah, now it's popping up on the side. Cool. I'm just gonna pull it down a little bit because I'm sure it'll get really loud when the gunshots and stuff happen in it, so. There we go. So that should be a little bit better for you guys. I don't know what the point of viewing that video was, but, view it we did. Okay. So there was a door that was electronically locked downstairs, I think. We missed some stuff in that room. What did we miss? I would like it, please. I picked up the first aid spray because I thought that was the last thing. We just viewed it. What am I missing? I was fairly... Oh. There's a map that you, like, super can't see. I guess. That's fine. Oh boy, that is a lot of... Okay. That's a interesting... There we go. Fixing things, sorry. Okay. Now are we good to go in here? No, we're still missing something in here. What on earth are we possibly still missing? Videos are stored on the shelves. They're all security camera recordings. Okay. Security protocols. Heliport for executive use only. This restriction does not apply in the event of an emergency. Passage to heliport entry is prohibited unless accompanied by a consultant researcher with chief security. Unauthorized persons entering the heliport will be shot on sight. The elevator stops during emergencies. That's good to know. Visual data room for use by the Special Research Division only. All other access to the visual data room must be cleared with Keith Arving, room manager. Prison Sanitation Division controls the use of the prison. At least one consultant researcher E. Smith, S. Ross, or A. Wesker must be present if viral use is authorized. Triple lock door and entry into the room is limited to the sole person who deactivates the lock with all of the passcodes. Accessing the exclusive outpost terminals located in each section of the senior researchers deactivates the lock. Power room. In this room, nitro compound is used as the primary fuel source of power. Access is limited to headquarters supervisors. This restriction may not apply to consultant researchers with special authorization. House code. Output terminal. Use and access of the output terminal is limited to authorized senior researchers. Regarding the progress of the Tyrant, after the administration of T-Virus, illegible hereafter. I am not looking forward to basement level 4. Now we're good. We really did have to ransack the room piece. Oh no, your mom has to have her colon removed. Well, I hope it goes smoothly for her. Okay, we need to go back downstairs, which means I need to equip the big boy. Because there's a scary man down here. Doodah. Okay, I need to immediately turn myself and shoot, I think. I tried. God, this game is so bad about that. Ooh, shit. Okay, well, it took 2. It's fine. It's fine. We're fine. Okay, we had that on us. It's okay. Okay, I need to swap back so I can save the last couple shots there. I think I have another set of rounds in my storage box as well. Laboratory key. Okay, let's be careful in here. Where? Chat, I'm hating these sounds so much. Ooh, I don't like this. I don't want to be here. Ah! Oh god, what is that? 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 What is it? I don't want to be here. I'm scared. Oh god! Oh, it's a... Oh, that is not a regular spider. Oh, it's so much worse. Chad, it like chased me. That is horrible in every way. Oh my god. Awful. Awful, 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 awful. Oh god! No! I can't fucking do this. I'm so scared of everything. Shit, fuck, no! Don't put me down there! Oh, no! Okay, please climb back up. It came through the vent that time, chat. Oh my god, I'm not okay. Oh, this section is so bad. Everything is bad. It's rusted shut. Of course it is. Oh my god. This is not where I went earlier. Hold up, what? Oh, here we go. I will take another stun battery. That'd be amazing, thank you. Security system passcode transmission. Okay, yeah, let's do that. We kept the discs on us, thankfully. Ooh, chat. Oh, this section freaking me out. Okay. That's great. Cool, game. Thanks. There's something in this room. Oh, the shelf moves. Okay. Do I want it to? Okay, I guess this accomplished a little move around. Like a little way back to where I was. Why do I hear, like, another one? I don't like that. I'll take some shotgun shells, sure. Is that everything that was in here? That's everything that was in here. Okay. But what does this accomplish for me? It'd be nice if we could get out of this room. That'd be amazing. That's just not gonna happen, unfortunately. Okay, I guess back out here. Oh, I can use the key on this door, too. Okay. It's been discarded now, so that's good. I absolutely hated those spider people things, chat. That was probably one of, like, the most horrible things they've included so far. Alright, we've got a path down, got a path in front of us, and we've got something that's locked up here. Ah. Another very large... Is this the elevator? This is the elevator. It's not getting any power. As the elevators in this game don't. Alright, what do we got in here? Safe room? We love. This is the safest of safe room music. Yay. Take all of the things. Cool, yes. Fridge isn't turned on, that's a shame. No snacks, chat. Okay, picked up everything in here now. Let's do some work here. Trying to do a little bit of organization here. Okay, let's hit that save again now. Okay, use an ink ribbon, please, and thank you. Whew! Lab lounge. We found the lounge, chat. Employee benefits. Okay, do we have... I really don't want to waste more Magnum rounds if we even have any. We don't have a lot. I'm gonna put this back so that I'm not, like, tempted by it. We're gonna take the knife back as kind of a... Let's attempt to use this more thing. I don't know, Pete's. I think it might have been Professor Plum instead of Colonel Mustard. This door looks a lot scarier than the others. It's got like a yellow light. More spider monster. Fuck. It's coming! Oh god, it's coming! I didn't know where I was shooting. I was just like wildly flailing. There's still another one in here. Oh shit, crap! No! No, fuck, shit, crap! Ow! I'm getting stuck, chat. Gosh damn, we're about to die. Oh my god, it went places and now I have like 2 shots of ammo. I'm in so much trouble, chat. No! The other ones were so easy to kill with the... Ah! Oh, that's helpful. in so much fucking trouble right now. Shit! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. No! Oh, the self-destruct mechanism. That's fine. Probably. This is fine. Totally fine. Totally fine. Yep. I have 2 shots of ammo left. I am seriously injured. This is totally fine. I left so much stuff in that room because that's horrible. Yes. Realistically, I really should reload that and, like, be better off. Yeah, we need to reload that, I think. Or I guess I just need to go perish. Let's be smart about this. We had just saved before that. So, let's go. Let's go end and reload this. Is there really not a load game option in here? I don't want to have to load it from the title screen. End me! End me! You missed! Where the fuck are you go- Oh god, oh god, oh god! Y'all suck. I guess I'm just gonna explore this room some more while you do horribly at your job. Fuel may explode. Okay. Refueling device for the power room. It's not working because there's no fuel. Empty capsule. So we have to get the fuel from the other room all the way here. I'm assuming without taking damage? I feel like that's gonna be the deal here. Alright. We're just gonna reload this ourselves since they're being very inefficient about this. Okay. So the question is, without being shaken or jarred, can we not even, like, run either? Do we have to walk there? That's what I don't know. So, we've got our Magnum again. I hate using the really strong ammo, but these things ate so much of my handgun ammo, so we make do. So, let's get rid of these guys a bit more proper this time, I hope. Ha 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 ha. Okay, I only wasted 2 shots on it this time. So that's good. Okay. Totaling 3 shots now between these guys, so not too bad. I don't know how many of them there are in here. There were at least 2, if not a third. Empty capsule, please. Thank you. Okay, that room's cleared out now, too. Oh, that was a waste. He was dying. Gosh darn it. Fucking, now I only have 1 shot left. Now I'm mad at myself. You're not dying. There you go. That wasn't very smart of me, unfortunately. I gotta stop panic shooting, chat. God, fuck. I was hoping they were the same ones going between the rooms and not different ones. Oh, you're not dead yet either. That's super not good for me. Okay, and I don't think... Was there anything to get... There wasn't anything to get in this room, so I'm just gonna back out again. I didn't see any items to pick up in this room, but with all these guys running around, like, I'm just screwed. Injured again. We gotta go. Oh my god, there's so many of them. Why? Okay, we still ended up needing a healing item. Unfortunately, we gotta get that second room. No, it's just the first room that needed clear. Right? Hold on. Where was... Yeah, we just needed the first room clear, so we should be good to get the fuel. She hesitates. A single herb is not gonna help. I need one of the... Yeah, one of these. Actually, I'm gonna mix these. Okay, now we're fine. Alright, let's go get that fuel now, chat. We should also be able to open up the other door now. The door that had all the locks on it should open. So let's undo all of the locks in here real quick and see what horrible mistake we've just made. all of these should be good now. Okay. Door locks open. Ah, I hate this. Blazing, thank you for the single bit. Thank you for your pennies. Much appreciated, dude. How are you doing today, Blazing? Okay, there's nothing to pick up in this hallway, so that's good. Oh, hello.
Jill?
Chris!
Chris!
Of course I'm alive. Jill, there's something big going down, and I don't think we're part of the equation.
I have to get you out of here. Ugh, it won't open. Wait, I'll be back to get you out.
Okay, no sightseeing though.
So wait. If that's Chris... Okay. Ooh, your sister left from doing your hair. Very nice. I'm hoping to get my hair done again shortly too. Hoping to get a new cut done. Just waiting to hear back from my peeps. Alright, I don't know what I'm supposed to be coming back with. I'm assuming eventually I'll have a key of some kind. I'm also missing an item in that hallway somewhere. Okay. So. This will be the interesting part, chat, is seeing if we've cleared out that hallway enough or if we're about to blow everything up. Hopped on Warframe since D2 was down earlier. I didn't even know it was down earlier. Alright. Can't use this now. Why can't I use this now? Oh, there we go. This is safe. This is fine. Main ingredient appears to be a nitro compound. Running could result in a fatal explosion. I'm so paranoid now. How would you even do this on mouse and keyboard? Do you actually have to push shift to run? Because I'm not pushing anything to run in this game with my controller. Do I really have to walk all the way there just like this? Luckily you jog in these games. You're so right. We'd be totally safe. Hey chat, now would be a great time. 5 gifted subs and I run. We got a little ways to go. Oh, well, there they are. Thank you, Blazing, for the 5 gifted subs. Okay, let's see. How does this work? How do I... There it is. I was like, why isn't this working? They give you a little bit of leeway on that, don't they? Oh, jeez. Blazing, thank you for gifting a sub to Morty, Game White Wolf, Jay, Elastic, and Alu the Crow. Much appreciated. And, chat, that's a daily sub goal. So, now I gotta pull up, the mystical magical wheel. Where on earth did I put that wheel? Is the question on everybody's minds. Alright, chat. Give me just a second here. Do this. Do that. Okay, chat. So, the mystical magical wheel. This is what you guys get at the 5 sub points. I have a different, you know, I honestly don't even know where I put the sticky notes for the weekly wheel goal. If we hit the 20 subs, which is the weekly wheel goal, there's an entire different, like, set of things I'm supposed to put on the wheel. But I'm gonna be honest, I don't know where I put that. But we don't need it at the moment, I will find it later. So, since we hit 5 subs, chat, this is our magical wheel. Okay. So, our potential things to do are 20 squats. We do some emote sketch stuff. So I either show you ones I've already worked on, or we work on a new one. We've got a Pikachu onesie. I could put on my Luna hat or my dinosaur cloak. I've got spicy almonds still. We could do a round of words on stream together, or we could do a round of GeoGuessr together, because why not? So, Blazing, thank you for the subs, and now we get to spin the wheel for the first time. We haven't gotten to spin this yet, chat. So, let's go. What do we get? What do we get? What do you get? The world would want me to do squats. That's fair. 20 squats, chat. 5 subs to get me into shape. Here we go. Alright. It's been a century since we had the wheel. The last time that we had a wheel, chat, oh, let's see, what was the last? Had to have been like a Pokemon game or something. Yes, exercise time. Y'all get to see my shorts and my fishnets. Alright. And feel free to squat along, chat. We all get our exercise today. Alright, 20 squats. Here we go, chat. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Regret. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Whew! My face is already a burning, chat, but we got some exercise. Whew. Thank you once again, chat, for hitting that first goal. If we hit the next number, which I think currently we're at 7 right now, so if we can make it to 10, that's another wheel spin. Whew! Oh my gosh. Ooh, I'm peeking my mic pretty badly. Sorry about that, chat. Oh. Dying over here. Yes, all of the hydrates after that. Thank you, Wolf. Thank you. Okay. Hide the wheel. There we go. There we go. Again. You gotta get another wheel spin for it to happen again, chat. And even then, there's only a chance at it. Okay, let's get our game reloading here. Yo, Noli, did you squat along? Let's go! Get in shape! You've got a rock. It's a very nice rock. But yeah, we're only 3 subs away from the next wheel spin, chat, so... And that means you're almost halfway through the weekly goal, so... That's pretty good. Okay. So, we've got to go through and we've got to kill the horrifying Spider-Man again. So let's grab... Let's put these back and find our Magnum rounds. There they are. It's not just a boulder, it's a rock! Exactly. Peak SpongeBob references right there, chat. I know so little about SpongeBob, but that's like one of the few things I do know. Ooh, guys, got my heart rate up. I'm so absolutely out of shape. I did say that I would do more squats for, like, subs and stuff. I should keep up with that in general. You're a goober for the old SpongeBob. I never watched a lot of SpongeBob. There were a couple things here and there that I, like, watched, but, like, it wasn't really big in our house. I thought I had shotgun shells. There they are. But I know I watched a couple episodes. Mostly I remember I watched one of the movies that they did. Okay. Yeah, I could put channel points for some of the exercises as long as I put them on, like, 10-minute, 5-minute cooldowns. Okay, it's fine, we're super patient. Is that going to hurt me to step in? I tried to shoot. Oh god, oh, it's above me now! Oh, hi, you don't have a head. Would you like to die now, please? I think it died. I think we're okay. Okay, it's melting. We're fine. I could probably manage a 10-minute cooldown just fine. Fuck, I can't see very well from that. Oh. Okay, I think that's the last one that was in this room. So, let's grab this now. Wonder if there's a hidden counter for the steps, like if it's a cumulative run or just consecutive. Maybe? There's definitely something that's tracking it, like, uniquely, because it definitely didn't, like, happen immediately when I ran. Something else caused it to, like, go off. So either a certain amount of steps, a certain amount of time, a certain amount of excess movement with it, not just the run itself. I don't know. Okay, we need to heal again, though. Okay, use that. I'm gonna take the fuel canister. Am I though? I want to go clear out some more of the monsters in here, if I can manage that. Great. We're doing a lot better on our ammo this time as well, chat, so... Holy shit! Oh, okay. Oh. We're fine, chat. We're fine. Oh, we're less fine! Okay, now we're fine. Okay, we are slightly less fine again. The shotgun is not as powerful as the Magnum. Which is not great. I don't love this information. Oh, it's down below me! Oh, shit! Okay, it took 3 shotgun shots for one of these. That's not great. Alright, we're missing something in here, though, because the map on this room is red. There's an item that we're not seeing, and I'm just spamming the button to find it. It's just the transmitter, though. There's, like, nothing... Oh! That's fine. We found it. Yep, okay, we're clear. So, let's take this now. Okay, the door locks should be good because we used the last disc. Alright, chat. So we managed our ammo a little bit better. We did end up having to go through more shotgun shells than I would have liked. But let's put some of this back for now. Swap those out. Because we're gonna need the shots to take the dudes out that are in the last room. Okay. Actually, after taking those guys out, I do want to go ahead and save again. We've got plenty of tape for it, so I think it's fine. We did the explosion for fun last time, but on the off chance that something accidentally makes me run and triggers it or something silly, I don't want to have to go through and kill all those again. Okay. There's that. Okay, put the ribbon back. Okay. Let's go fill up the canister and find Chris. Okay. Zoom. I don't know what I'm missing in this hallway either. I think this hallway's also red, like I'm missing an item in it. I'm hoping it's just an herb that I've missed. Okay, before we get the annoying walking-only compound, let's do all of this real quick. Okay. Run it down, say hi to Chris. Go through and trigger some nonsense. Oh my god, Chris.
Jill?
Chris!
You're alive!
Of course I'm alive. Jill, there's something big going down, and I don't think we're part of the equation.
I have to get
We're
you
part
out
of a
here.
different equation, where they want all the STARS
Wide
operatives
open.
dead.
Wait, I'll be back to get you out.
Okay, no sightseeing though.
I would never. Jill doesn't even like sightseeing. Probably. Okay, let's look at the map as well real quick, chat. I just want to, like, get my head around, like, where we are as far as... Okay, there's still a door there that we never opened. It's locked for reasons. Just because it is. Oh, let's not forget to go in here and get our highly dangerous explosive compound. Okay, here we go. Capsule placed, chat. Thank you for the swords, Anoli. Very helpful. They will protect us from anything that seeks to make us explode. Okay. Nice, long, slow walk, chat. It's a good thing I took care of the Crimsons that were out here. Some part of me just knew that I didn't want to deal with them. It's so evil to put a walking-only section here. I'm so worried that the monsters are going to be back in the other room somehow. Fuel! Fuel is supplied to the power room now. Okay. So what does this do for us? The power room was the self-destruct room, though, wasn't it? We don't want to initiate the self-destruct. Chris is still trapped. Right? We're fine. That's one down. Okay, this was a good angle! Okay, they're both melting. We're fine. Totally fine. No power to the main elevator. Start it up. Yes. Okay. Self-destruct mechanism. Okay, I can't actually activate it yet. I imagine I'll come back through here later, though, and activate the self-destruct. Probably at some point after we've saved Chris. I used all of my ammo. Oh, that could have been so bad if I didn't realize. I would have tried to shoot them again and not even known. Whew. Okay, this room's cleared for now, but I don't think it's gonna stay that way. When I have to come back through here later, there is no way that it's not gonna be totally bad. Okay. I think I'm gonna go ahead and panic save after that. Just because we cleared out all of the enemies and did the slow explosive walk. So, like, as annoying as that kinda is, it's fine. It's just the safer option here. We've got plenty of ribbon left, I feel like, so... I'm not too worried about it. Okay. Okay, so now the elevator just down the hall here should work. Oh, the elevator's not working. Looks like you have to operate the switch on the right. Really? Like, come on. That's a little extra picky.
Jill.
Fuck you.
You could have at least waited up for me, you know?
Let's go.
Yeah, why should I do that? I have no reason to trust him. He tried to shoot me, and then explained nothing. Like, come on. I'm scared. Immediately. Don't do this to me. Why did they just give me 2 canisters of shotgun shells? And now this dude's following. I'm in so much danger right now, chat. Oh, no. Yeah, it's super gonna be a boss fight. This is probably where the tyrant is. Yeah, basement 4.
Wesker!
Yeah, yep, there it is.
Thank you, Barry.
knew it.
Well, what do you know?
Oh, don't
Why
blame
are you
Barry
acting
for
surprised?
I hear that his better half and 2 lovely daughters will be in danger if he doesn't do everything I tell him.
What happens if you don't give him the gun?
Wesker, you're pathetic.
Well, you shouldn't worry too much, dear. You'll be free of all this anyway.
Why eliminate stars?
Believe it or not, that's Umbrella's intention.
You're just a slave of Umbrella.
Smart girl.
Not
But
hard
I
to
think
figure
you
that out.
misunderstand me. The things you mention are nothing. I'll burn all of them along with this entire laboratory. Barry, go up on the ground and wait there.
Barry.
You gotta love Barry. He must really be afraid of Umbrella.
You and Umbrella took his family. You bastard. Oh!
Umbrella? Well, I used some carrots and sticks to cow him, but it had nothing to do with Umbrella. I just used Barry for my personal interests. Though both you and Barry seemed to think I was following Umbrella's orders.
What?
Maybe if you hadn't
What are you
said
planning?
that, I mean, we wouldn't think
I
it.
guess it's time for show and tell.
Oh. That's really knobbly. Ew. That's not good. Teeth.
It's magnificent.
Is it?
For the sake of this thing.
You know, I hate goodbyes.
Don't we all? Oh shit! Let's go, Barry!
Barry!
Hell yeah!
Forgive me.
No, you're not to blame. It's Umbrella and Wesker.
Even if it meant my family, I couldn't bear turning my back on my friends again.
Uh-oh.
Shit!
Well, that can't be good. Oh, and all I have on me is a shotgun.
Damn it!
Jill and Barry together. In hell.
In hell. Please just, like,
Want a
turn and
piece of
stab
me?
Wesker. That'd be great.
What?
Yeah.
Premature.
Why'd you run towards it? You could have just shot it from where you were and we'd be fine.
Barry! You viral cultured freak.
This is fine. Oh, shit. What a pathetic way to die. Oh, God. He's holding something. Whoops, hello. Don't mind me, boss. I just need to read this. Okay, observation note. Discovery of the G virus was in fact 21 years after the administration of the primogenitor virus. The prototype parasite, which we had delivered from a laboratory in France, was administered to the sample specimen. The sample specimen took in the parasite without showing any signs of adverse reaction. The lack of any reaction was an unsolved mystery, but now everything is clear to me now. The prototype parasite was incubating in the sample specimen's body for 21 years. Then from that incubating state, the prototype suddenly mutated. Evolved may be a more appropriate word to describe it. What is evolution if not mutations? This observation gave me more insight in my research. Through further modification and testing, I was able to derive a method to create the G that surpasses the performance of the T. This was the breakthrough that would change the future of the VOW's history. I can't wait to see the look on Alexia's annoying face when I finally announce my research, but unfortunately I'll have to wait a few more years to completely verify my findings. William Birkin. Oh, that wasn't the right angle. That was his crotch. That just feels weird. I'm in danger! Ow, ow, ow! Oh, you don't get 2 hits. That's fucking cheating. In a lot of trouble, chat. Can we just leave? It's locked. We're in a corner again. Alright, I think we're probably a little bit screwed. Oh, nope, we're fine. Ow, ow. Ow! Oh, okay, we've been stabbed. Ow, okay. Hey. That is a difficult fight. I'm glad we saved where we did. Yeah. That's not the right save. Oh, that's helpful, game. Thank you. Let's try that again. Let's be patient. Alrighty, chat. Sometimes I can't handle when the protagonist gets brutalized. Yeah! I don't know if I'm even supposed to fight him. Like, they give you all that shotgun ammo, but it doesn't even seem like you hardly do any damage to the thing. I only have 1 shot of magnum ammo left as well, which is a problem. I'm not done in there. They give us a ton of shotgun ammo, which will be great. I could bring in the grenade launcher. Which could be helpful. The Magnum would be great, but I used up all of its ammo on the other stuff. Not gonna take the last 2, because it gives us a lot of... Give him the shotgun and turn him into the Tyrant 2 games from now, Nemesis. He does have big Nemesis energy. He's got a very similar vibe going on for sure. Alright, we're gonna take a quick break actually, chat. We've been going for 2 hours already, so... Before we dive back into that boss fight, let's go ahead and make sure we all get up, stretch, get food, get water, whatever it is that we need to make sure we are taking care of ourselves, and we will be right back. Alright, chat. We are back. I got snacks. And I also found out, chat, I was in fact bamboozled today. Apparently, Mom opened my window earlier, but apparently I was in the room when she did it, and I have a potato brain. It's fine. She didn't do it to, like, confuse me or anything. My room just usually gets really hot when I stream, so she's like, oh, I'll open your window for you so that you don't get hot today. And then my potato brain blocked the existence of that happening. So, that's where we're at now. Okay. So, yes, I have a plate of snacks to help us conquer the monster, chat. I've got pretzels, cashews, pepperoni, and a cheese stick. Okay. I've got one healing spray on me to hopefully help with what's coming up. Alright, press the switch. I'm gonna also try to just run around the room and see if I can find, like, buttons and switches to press.
Jill.
Barry,
Like, it's entirely possible I'm not supposed to fight the thing.
let's go.
This is so much salt. It's fine. Okay. So, I'm gonna pick these items up. We got some shotgun shells. We've got some more shotgun shells. Alright. Fight time!
It's magnificent.
Okay. Oh, it's not that direction. It's this way. Woohoo. Okay. It's holding something. We read this. Oh, you're doing the new exotic mission? Very nice, very nice. Good luck. No time for that. Used to monitor the status of the creatures inside. One of the creepiest things you've seen. Capsules, creatures. No time for that. Okay, so there are in fact things to interact with. There's just, you know, no time for that. That even hit? Ooh, hello. And we're down for the count. Ish. Okay.
Barry.
Phew. Okay, I only took a
Barry.
couple grenade shots. That's good.
You're okay.
Jill, sorry. That was careless of me.
A little bit.
Wesker,
He's gone.
Uh-huh.
first, let's just get out of here.
Alright, use to monitor the status of creatures. Alright, let's see. What can we do? Use to release the emergency electronic lock. Release it? Yes. Okay. A lock on something has been released. Wasn't another one of these computers for something? I don't think the room's green, so I guess we're done in here. Alright. Uh-oh. That's not good. Chris is still...
Wesker must have set it off. Let's hurry.
Doesn't the elevator shut down in emergencies, though? Wasn't that like something we were explicitly told? Are we just supposed to run? Like... Are we... Or are they supposed to go to the self-destruct system and turn it off? No! Oh shit, there's so fucking many of you. Horrible. I should have gone to the save area in case we weren't supposed to come here. Please tell me you're not in here. Alright, Chris, let's go! Hey! Achievement, sorry for the wait.
So everything's taken care of?
Well, almost. Now let's get the hell out of here.
Alright. And then they flee. Chris, keep up. Come on, pretty boy.
Come on, let's go.
Oh. Sure, somehow he got in front of me. Whatever. Rude. Oh, there was something in Chris's room. I see that on my map. Gosh darn it. I hope this isn't actually on a timer, or I'm gonna definitely die. I gotta know what's in there. I have to know. It's red on the map and that's bothering me. What's in here? No, but I can see the shotgun shells. Okay. We're clear, it's fine. It's a good thing this seems to be a really long self-destruct sequence, chat. Okay. Alright, up we go. Okay. Let's save here in the middle of the panic. Could you imagine just the self-destruct going off and you just take the time to, like, type up a story on a typewriter? Like...
Come on, come on, hurry!
Self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Deactivating
Okay.
and releasing all logs. Self-destruct system has
This
been
isn't
activated.
stressful. More shotgun shells.
Personnel must evacuate immediately.
A bunch of first aid stuff. Why didn't the guys come in here with me? It feels weird to put them there at all.
Self-destruct system has been activated.
This is Brad. I'm running out of fuel. If there's anyone alive, contact me now or just give me a sign. And I repeat, this is your last chance.
Brad! Why didn't you say anything?
Self-destruct
Brad was calling.
All personnel must evacuate immediately. Deactivating and releasing all logs.
The elevator's not working. The fuse is missing. Are you kidding me?
Activated. All personnel
I need a battery during this?
deactivating
Oh,
and releasing all
it's just on the ground. That's scaring me, Chad. I was like, there is nowhere for me to go right now.
activated. All personnel must evacuate immediately. 3 minutes to detonation.
Uh-oh. I'm about to have an actual
Damn
fucking
it!
countdown.
We're almost there! Jill, you just get in contact with Brad.
No!
We can make it. Jill, ladies first.
Gross.
Would you let me have my moments too?
All right.
No.
We'll rendezvous at the heliport.
Fuck you having your moments. Why does the timer start when I can't do anything because I'm in an elevator? That's not cool. Oh, hello. Signal rockets. Signal Brad with this. Do I just... Yes. Super convenient that these were here, no? Uh-oh. Oh, good.
Jill!
You made it.
Oh, hello. Bye, Chris. Yeah, do me a favor and just keep standing there like that. No! Oh my god! I couldn't have possibly dodged that. Holy shit, chat. Oh, green herb. That's fucking great. He was super building up energy. That was scary. Oh, I stopped moving and I don't like it. Woo!
Jill, use it!
Yes!
Do it, whatever it is!
Ah! No! Okay. Dude fucking rounds the corners. Like, what the hell? Jill, use it. Dude was 2 feet away from the other character. Finish the game saving Chris and Barry using Jill. Was an achievement that we got. Let's go. We got everybody out of there, chat. Saved them all. Oh, goodbye. Aww. There we go, chat. Barry and Chris saved. And then I think Brad coming in clutch with the helicopter. There we go. We saved him, chat. I don't even remember Chris coming in with us. Like, I just immediately forgot that if that happened. Who was that? What in the cutscenes I don't remember? Like, some of these are just Jill's different outfits. Is that what that's supposed to be? Is that one of Jill's outfits? Why does Brad sound so familiar? Was he in one of the remakes? Resident Evil Brad. Oh, did I mix up the name? So Brad is... is the dude that we just... I'm missing up names. I think Brad is the dude that tried to betray us. Just not Helicopter Man. Yes, Helicopter? Who are you? Brad is in 3.
Jill, you did a fine job.
Woohoo! 99 creatures dispatched, chat. So close. Almost 100. If you're an 89 ammo used, 27 ink ribbons, and 36 health items. Alright. I think Brad sacrifices himself at the beginning of 3 to help us escape. Okay, no, Brad is the helicopter guy. He fucking abandons the shit out of us at the beginning of the game. And then, yeah, in 3, he's at the very beginning, and he makes up for abandoning us like a coward by sacrificing himself so we can escape. He holds the door shut and then gets munched by zombies, I'm pretty sure. So, yeah. Yeah, Brad's at the beginning of 3 and makes up for it by sacrificing himself. Cool. Jill has a new costume. You got the closet key. A new costume has been unlocked. You can now change in the dressing room. So this was the secret-ass room that we couldn't access even. So now we can use that. Oh, am I saving here for some reason? Oh, just empty data now. Basically to start a new game. Alright, I want... Oh, once again is now the... I want to load in and see... Okay, so you can play as Chris. So basically, it's basically Chris or... Jill are gonna be trapped in their... Oh, that's the new outfit? That's a look. Much preferred this outfit. This was a good outfit. That is a look. Alright. That is not that different. One of them is just a child depicted. He looks like a teenager. And then he's just... beef. I doubt that the intro is going to be super different playing as him. Might as well play a little bit of it. I don't know if we'll finish a second playthrough of it just to do the different characters. I don't think the game's going to be that different.
Alpha Team is flying around the forest zone, situated in northwest Raccoon City, where we are searching for the helicopter of our compatriots, Bravo Team, who disappeared during the middle of their mission.
Haven't found it yet?
No, not yet, Brad. Bizarre murder cases have recently occurred in Raccoon City. There are outlandish reports of families being attacked by a group of about 10 people. Victims were apparently eaten.
Nom nom.
The Bravo Team was sent in to investigate, but we lost contact.
Look, Chris.
Bravo Team's helicopter was a derelict. save for the remaining body of Kevin.
Poor Kevin.
We continued our search for the other members, and it turned into a nightmare.
Chill out, Joseph. He was, in fact, not chill. Well, that's not good. Really, Jill?
Come on!
Fucking hell, Brad.
Where the hell's he going?
Chris, this way.
Wesker's voice just makes me laugh so much, chat.
Damn it! Make for that mansion!
I feel like his voice is very stereotypical of certain things from when this game came out. He's got that very
There
in
are
a
only 3
world
STARS members
voice.
left now. Captain Wesker, Jill, and myself.
And I think I said the same thing when we played this
We
the
don't
first
know
time.
where Barry is.
We don't know where Barry is.
Is everyone all right?
Barry. Where's Barry?
He's...
No. What was that?
I'll go and check it out.
All right. Jill and I will stay and secure this area.
Chris? Take care.
Yeah.
Was Barry missing the first time, too? Oh, maybe this is gonna be different. Because it's making us go places now. Well, alright. We only have a knife on us? This is fine. Chris is that guy. Fucking better be. Where am I even supposed to... So this is already a lot more different than I expected it to be. Because I don't think Jill went off looking for stuff. Oh. I don't know, maybe she did, because we found this as well. This is the remake, Dev, yes. Well, this seems pointless. I don't have a gun! All I can do is stab it or run! And stabbing it certainly isn't even doing anything, so that's fun. How you doing, Dev? We just beat our first playthrough. We're going through with Chris now, and I'm trying to decide if we're actually going to do a whole second one. We beat it with Jill. I got munched.
Wesker? Jill?
He knocked her out and kidnapped
Where
her.
did they go?
Oh, look, a gun. Hooray. Yoink. Okay. We are now wounded. I guess from here it's gonna go largely similar. I'm trying to remember where Barry appeared at. I want to know if there's going to be more differences, because if there's no difference between playing the two aside from, like, just, like, the start there, I don't necessarily know if I want to. Evil free... Chris or Jill? Apparently Chris is more of a difficult playthrough. Wait, Chris has less pocket space? What? Oh my god, he does! That's not happening! Oh no. He gets crits more frequently, so he kills things faster. He doesn't get the grenade ammo, he just gets more shotgun shells. And he gets flash grenades instead of stun batteries. Chris can take more hits as well. I mean, I guess there's some small differences between it as well. There's a different character that appears in this instead of Barry, which I guess is that girl that I couldn't for the life of me figure out who the fuck she was in the credit sequence. So... maybe we'll try to play as Chris for a little while, and if it just gets to be too annoying, we can switch off and just not. But there's certain parts of the story, I guess, that he also just doesn't do that you have to do with Jill. So this will be interesting. probably don't. I don't know if I should have actually saved over the clear Jill data there or not, but. I don't know what items I should take right away, or, like, if I should leave them, or what. I don't know where this zombie went, so that's cool. Alright, Kenneth. Oh my god! This is when we get the tape that we watched at the very end? I entirely forgot about the existence of that. Okay. Birds. Dead guy. I don't think I can burn any of the zombies until I get the lighter fluid. God, I just don't want to pick anything up because I know Chris doesn't have the space for it. There's no crows in here yet. Huh. Interesting. Okay, I know I can't... Oh, all of these doors are locked. I don't think I can utilize... Oh god. I hate your location, sir. I'm already, like, so concerned. I can't take the key out of here yet because I don't have anything to replace it. So I think we need to go back and do the other... some other stuff of this. I need to go get where where the map, I think, for the mansion was. That will be helpful. Whoop, handgun ammo. I saw that just barely. I need to also get to some of the boxes as quick as I can to deposit stuff. Okay. So the boxes are largely on the other side of... This is the first box that I can confidently get to. The map is also over here, I think, though. Okay. Let's get this out of here. It's close enough. Yes, dope. Oh boy. Okay. There's our map. We're gonna put this back where we got it. Just because it kind of stops the zombie that also spawns in here. Oh, so very inconveniently. stabby knife. Back it up. Really? And here goes the defensive item. Wasted. Honestly, I just should have not used any ammo on him and just said fuck it and just... Because yeah, I can just leave. Okay, so that's locked. Oh my god, directions. Let me out. Thank you. So, currently all of the doors down here are locked. This is not, though. Is there anything out here even that I need at the moment? These are shotgun shells, which don't do us any good until we actually have the shotgun. We can't go in there yet because it's locked. Can't go down because we don't have the arrowhead. Okay. No, there's nothing helpful out here. Okay. We got one unlocked door over here. Whoops, hello. Rude. Oh my god, how many shots does it take for you, you piece of garbage? Jeez. Okay, I don't remember so many of the doors being locked, and he's getting back up because he sucks! Because this item's not even helpful initially. Directions are hard. Alright. What am I missing? Oh, I'm sorry, Noli. It can be a pretty tricky one. Oh, I guess I could go into the basement? Pace, thank you for the resub for 26 months. Let's go. So many months. And chat, only, I think, 2 more subs to the next wheel spin. Hooray. I really don't think I need the blue gem just yet. I don't want to waste what little inventory space I have. And I'm gonna put this back as well for right now. And thank you as well, Peace, for using your Prime Gaming sub. I know you only get one of those, so thank you for using it here. Oops, hello. That was, in fact, a very convenient headshot. Okay. That door is also locked. Your video editing app doesn't want to work? Well, that's rude. What am I already missing? Everything's locked. I'm sorry, Anole. That definitely is not going to put you in a good space to try to accomplish things. I don't want to grab the herbs yet from here. What am I missing? Oh, this might be one of the doors that we unlock it from this side. Oh, he's already bleeding. Okay. Oh, that's right. The frickin' arrow. Okay. Okay. Examine. Yoink. So now we have the arrowhead unlocked from this side. Won't export anything, just keep getting to 0.3%, and after a bit telling you the app stopped responding. Oh, okay, well that's super helpful of it. Thanks, game. Or thanks, software, rather. Okay, we've got the arrowhead, now we can take that out here. So, let's use this. This opens. Alright, in we go. Okay, We need the 3 masked doodads. Still hate that. Okay, we got the book now. The Book of Curses, which is definitely so very safe to take. Oh, there it is. Yoink. Remove the key. There we go. 4 masks. Alright. 4 masks and evil will awaken, chat. Okay. So now we have... Let's see, which key are you? Sword key. Let's go find ourselves some sword doors. Oops, hi, puppy. Yeah, you're looking, hoping I drop some snacks, huh? She heard that the bed was done. She's like, zoom! Silly puppy. Okay. Door at the end is open. I literally never figured out what that was for in the previous attempt. I'm just gonna leave it there for now because Chris can't carry shit. Gramophone. Journal. Books. Is there really nothing in this room? No, there's something in here. What the heck? Oh. Give me that. Dog whistle. Yes, please. Handgun ammo. Perfect. Okay. Now this room's not cleared. Okay. Chessboard. Oh, we got herbs. Now we're clear. Okay. There we go. Whew. I'm glad I played Jill first, though, since Chris is, like, fucking hard mode. Whoop, hello. That's not any of the correct. Oh my god, you take so many shots! Oh yeah, Chris kills things faster. I don't believe you. Oh my gosh. Okay, except when he gets headshots. That's different. Oh, you finally got it to work, Peace? That's good. Sorry that it was being so absolutely butts. don't have room for the tiny weird key. Oh, I picked up a note off the ground. Okay. I can't even use the typewriter until I pick up this stupid key. Give me the key. Thank you. Actually, I'm gonna pick this up too. Just so that I don't have to pick it up after I save. Okay. Let's go ahead and save here, chat. Cool. Refill. Cool. We're gonna run out here and we are going to burn the body that we left upstairs. Chris also has a free lighter just vibing, so that's nice. I'm gonna pick this up since I can put it directly in... Oh, I don't actually have room. I was gonna say so I can put it directly in the box, but that's not an option. Okay. Pitch this. Pitch you. I don't know what this is. I don't remember this key. Okay. Take the herb. Okay, now we're fine. If we go out the bottom, we risk breaking the doorknob, I think. Because I think we're on the one-way side of it. Okay, this is unlocked from this side now. Grab this. I still don't know what it's for. Got this room around the corner as well that we need to check out. Lots of herbs. Oh, can we like look at the map? The map would be great. I don't give a heck about the fireplace, but you know, the map is nice. Alright, will you shut up if I light the fireplace? Is that what you want from me? Hold on. Cool. Lines carved into the relief glow, red in the intense heat. Okay. We just made a map out of the wooden board. That's what that board has been for this whole time? Okay. Sure. You know, at least we figured it out, I guess. Alright. Okay, is this room at least clear except for the locked door? Yes. That's great. Let's head back here. We'll put all of those herb powders back into our box now. Take the dog whistle. Because I know where to use it at. So I can discard it pretty quickly. Okay. Oh my god, directions. Alright, I think we're already on the top floor, so we just need to go straight across. And then the whistle is something we use by this window in here, I believe. I thought we used it by this window. Huh. Alright, I mean, I guess I didn't need to keep it on me then. Just kind of gonna lure this guy around so I can easily make it back to the door. Okay. Well, I guess we need to go back down to where we were. By the safe room. Headset's bothering me a little bit today. That's rude. Okay. Alright, I'll put the dog whistle away for now. I should have used the key on that door and seen if it was the right one. Ugh. Whoops, hello. Okay. I think this is the room That's like towards where we get the shotgun from. But we can't do anything with it yet because we don't have anything to replace the shotgun with. God, it looks like I'm leaning back so far. I don't even feel like I'm leaning back that badly. Another dagger. Got some more tape. Thank you for the posture check, Blazing. Get us a good stretch in here. Okay, like I said, we can't do anything about the shotgun right now. Something burnt here. Nope, okay. Had to try. It startled you a bit? Oh no. Let me know if the alert sounds are, like, too loud, chat, or if you can even hear them at all, because, like, when I adjusted all of my sound settings, I don't know how those got messed up. Thank you, Mom, for the hydrate. Here we go. Oh, this is the bathroom that has... Okay. I thought it was someone subbing or something. Ah, gotcha. Water still works. Toilet. Full of dirty water. Which we're gonna stick our arm in to drain. And then a zombie pops out. Can't believe we disturbed his bath like that, chat. How horrible of us. Heck you. Is that blood pooling? That is blood pooling. Okay, we're clear. We got another key that we don't have room for. Oh, we stack keys. The keys stack! Hooray! Oh, I don't think I realized that the old keys stacked. It's been a hot minute, though. Out here was like 90% dogs. I remember that much. Zombie man bathwater for sale? Oh, jeez. Oh. What? That's a dog again! I'm good. We're fine, chat. We're fine. I'm gonna step through this door, I'm gonna reload, it's okay. We're fine. It's a good thing I made that decision since I'm out of ammo. Okay, now I'm not. We're fine. Ow. Let go of me, you little... Shoot him in the head while he's got your arm, for the love of... Jeez. He just sits there and takes it, chat. Like, come on. You little turd. Okay, I can't push that one, just the first one. Oh, nope, I can push this one, though. Poosh. Oh, another dagger. That's nice. Is that everything in the hallway? Yes, it is. Alright, this door opens now. Thankfully we can deal with it from this side. cheese and pepperonis. Okay. Still have the whistle for some reason. Where could we go next? There's some rooms this way that we might be able to access. Can at least try. Inventory space is like full because Chris sucks, but it's fine. The other side. Armor. Okay. So that is not the key that we need. I don't think any of the rest of these doors on this floor unlock with this key. Doesn't mean things on the other floor don't, though. Did we ever go down? I don't think we tried to go down here. Oh, hey. I'm glad we went over here. The sword key unlocks this, so... Yo! Tiny key! I don't want the meat, I want the clearly marked dagger. Chat, you can see it too, right? I want the deck, thank you. Oh my god. Whoop. Hello, sir. You have a nice day. Congratulations, you get the same treatment that the last student here got. It's a very cozy floor. They're having a very lovely time, chat. It's fine. Oh. Oh, fuck you. Oh, that one died. Okay, that's really good, though. Alright, we're good to go ahead and, like, leave, though. We don't have to stay there. We got the first one's head on the first shot, which is super convenient. I'm definitely seeing what people mean. I feel like it takes a lot more shots to kill things unless he headshots. And he does headshot pretty often so far, which is nice. So, that's a good thing. He's got that going for him. Oh, now there's crow noises. I don't have room for more items. The zombie's gone. I don't like that. No, this is locked from the other... Okay. Can we open this door? I can. Do I discard this key? Can I not put it in the other key slot for the other key? I think they're too specifically shaped. Oh, I can't discard it now that I told it no. Whoops. Cool. Using an old key. Yes? Ah. Uh-huh. I'm gonna wait. I literally just shot you, you little turd, but that's fine, I guess. Alright. Yeah, discard the fucking whistle. Trying to shoot the dogs is a nightmare task, chat. I did not mean to look up. Okay, thanks, game. This is so annoying. Okay, please stab it. Yes, thank you. I'm gonna take the stupid collar off you now. I didn't mean to leave the ink ribbon in my inventory either, which is not helping. Press the switch. Open the thing. Coin. We'll be able to combine it with something. Oh, nope, there it just goes. Okay. Alright, imitation of a key. That's right. Okay. I'll need to deposit the other key since I can't discard it anymore. That was an oops. Okay, out here is clear. Let's open this door. Perfect. Okay. I didn't mean to cross over. Go back to this side. I think we're really close to having access to a box on this side of everything, so I'm gonna go this way and hope I'm remembering correctly. Okay. There should be one just down these stairs. That's rude. Fuck off. Blood? Not blood. Now blood. Aha. Okay. So, this should be a safe room. Yes. Cool. Is there anything actually in this room to pick up? No. Cool. Go ahead and use... I'm gonna give him like 3 slots here and just go over these 3. I want to keep little Jill's last save before we did the extra one. Okay, let's get rid of these. Let's deposit this key that we don't need. There we go. Okay. Those doors on the other side are locked. So we're gonna go back upstairs now. And make our way to deposit the other key. Doors up here are all locked too. So, we're just gonna loop around and ignore the zombie that's running around up here. We need to go... here. Welcome back, Anoli. Hope you had some good food. Oh, I should have grabbed some... Yep, nope, nope. Nope. That was really fast that he existed. I don't like that. Alright, let's go ahead and grab the imitation key, or take the imitation key and swap it with this guy. Okay. These move in. That starts coming for us. And then we put the fake one down. There we go, chat. Okay, I don't think this is the right key for back here. I think we need a different one. I think this is... yeah, helmet key is needed. And this is armor key, which is different from helmet key. Oh, jeez. Oh, God. Okay. We're safe right here, chat. We're gonna take a quick break. We've been going for just under 4 hours, so this is a good spot to take a moment before I walk through the store right into pain and suffering. Okay, so y'all know the drill, chat. Make sure that you get up, you stretch, get food, get some water, whatever you need to make sure you're taking care of yourself. And we will be right back. Alrighty, chat. We're back. Oh, God. Well, nope. There. Do one more round. I didn't get it paused in time. Oh well. That's fine. Nee! I see you! Hello! How are you doing, Nee? Oh my gosh, chat, you guys freaking level 7. Look at you go. It's a big word right off the bat. That's... Oh my god, the brain's going, nope, there's no words here. least Rabbit's brain works. Also, I don't know if I said hi to you, Amaris, but hello. Hope you're doing good. Rabbit's super good at this. Rabbit's like, I've got all the big words. Boom. There's a word. What Resident Evil? The first one. We just finished our first run-through of it. We did a run-through with Jill. There's the words. And we're looking at Chris's next. Ah, the F is fake. I see. I pay attention. Yo, last second groove! Wolf, you did it! You made it! Okay, now we're back. It's fine. Y'all crushed that. Level 8? I think level 8 might be the furthest level you guys have done before. That last minute groove or groove word... It was groove. The last minute groove saved you. Good job. But yeah, we're checking out Chris's version to see what, if anything, hardly is different about it. I know that not much is different except for once you find the extra character. But we're feeling it out. We're seeing if we're feeling it. Also, Nee, thank you so much for that resub. Subscribed for 46 months? Oh my gosh. Am I reading that right? That's so many months. Thank you. That's so kind of you. Well, hey chat. You're now only one sub away from another wheel spin and being halfway through the weekly goal. So, just keep that in mind. Okay, let's see. We had just gotten the armor key, so we're making some good progress here. I also made myself some tea, chat. That's one of the reasons that I took so long. Ah, that's right. There's a scary lad in here. That's where we left off. I also refilled my water, which is good, because hydration is important. And, oh my god, are the cashews on my plate so freaking salty! Okay, we need to figure out what doors we can open now. And not get wrecked by this dude. Hello. Nope, that one's locked from the other side. Okay, we're just gonna run. We're running. This is fine. This is so not fine! Oh my god, I'm full of rage and scaredness. Okay, we're fine. We're mostly full of panic, but that's okay. Okay, God, what freaking doors? I don't remember which ones this opens. I don't remember how to do all the things in this so much as you know what happens. Been a hot minute. I should remember better. We literally just finished playing it. Oh, but nope. Nope, I do not. This is just where we're at now. It's fine. Like, I remember where a lot of the items... Okay, we've got something trying to bust down a door. That's really unfortunate. Can we get lucky? Okay, well, that is lucky. That's helpful. Okay, it's not this one. No, that's helmet. Does it open from this side? It does open from this side. Cool. We're immediately in danger. This was not a great idea. Nope. Problem solved. We just won't be here. Oh god. Thank you for finally breaking his head. Nee, it makes me really sad that Chris's inventory is so small. What good are all of these tactical pockets if they don't help in any way? That's not the right button. That is. Okay, do either of these doors open? Old key. Ah, okay. Sure. We have that. I hate the camera in here so much. Hello. Okay. You don't fucking have room for this shit. This is why he takes the pills to get the muscles later. Increase size and carry weight. You know, that checks out. 100% totally checks out. Kerosene. No, I don't want this. Okay. I guess I technically have room for this. It is the only nice thing this game has going for it, is unlike the newer games, the larger weapons don't take up, 2 slots. I've been running one with the fandom. You go from Serrani-ish to boulder punching in a Volcano Man. Exactly. Because, yeah, I really didn't realize how, like, absolutely tiny he was. I did pick the buffer of the 2 cosmetic options. It was this or Super Scrawny Man, so I did pick the buffer one. Okay, you keep chilling over there, sir. Okay, this is where the fucking lion dude is. I need to go get the blue gem from down. Blue gem's for this, right? I don't think the blue gem was for this one. This was... Oh no, blue is for you. Okay. Even the comparison to how he is in Village. Yeah. The Village is more believable if you, like, if this version of him is what you're looking at. Because, like, this is, like, way buffer than the other appearance that he has. I'll give him that much. But, like, yeah. Compared to his other look, you really wonder what this dude had to go through to get to that. Okay. I remember this room sucking. I don't really want to deal with this room. Can I just... No. That's rude. I could come back and just burn your ass. That'd be nice. Yeah, I really wish that they would remake this game the way that they remade all the other ones, because I know that this is the remake, but, like, oh boy. It needs not these cameras and not this aiming mechanic. It's so bad. Oh my gosh. Yep. Get stabbed. Yeet. Don't aim like that, you little... Well... No, they've probably got a number of other games on. Really? I hate you. And there goes that. Is a waste. I'm just gonna back up because that's gonna... Oh, hi. I wasn't expecting you to be standing back up. God, that was such a waste of absolutely everything that I had. All for this piece of garbage. It's fine. Pretty sure we'll be seeing an RE5 remake first after the next new entry comes out. Which one was... I haven't played most of these games. I've kind of just been playing them as remakes come out. This is the only one that I've just decided to, like, go back to, even though, again, technically a remake. And oh my god, looking up, like, help for this game has been an absolute mess. I didn't realize that, like, this game is nothing like its original already. That they, like, drastically took so much out already. That kind of surprised me. Hopefully it's a good game if they remake 6, but, like, you can really only get better with that one. The bar's pretty low. That's fair. I know some of the games haven't done super well. Oh no, nice shade. This is the weird plant room, yeah. I'll make sure you're looking at the right guides for this one. Yeah, for sure, because I was super confused trying to find help for this. I'm pretty sure this room is, like, only herbs until I find... I know where that stuff's at, I just have to go get it. I gotta empty my inventory out some more. Okay, zoom! I need to go to the other side. Yeah. Okay, we'll go out this door to get to the things we want. Actually, I guess we can grab the blue gem that's right here first. I'll deal with the crest later when I remember what to do with it. Because currently you're just a waste of my inventory space. And that's fine. That door. I feel like we're already making better progress than we did the first time that we tried to play this, so that's nice. Even though the brain's not super remembering everything, it's remembering well enough. Okay. That's not helping anyone at the moment. Eh. I made a different tea this time to try to help my throat chat. Oh, I need to actually stop steeping it at the moment before... I made tea with ginger in it, and that just gets, like, super spicy, so I actually need to take the tea bags out so it stops steeping. Hold on. Okay, chat. I'm back. I forgot how spicy the ginger tea gets, so I had to get the tea bag out and then water it down just a little bit. Whew. But it's good for me. I'm not doing the licorice tea today. I didn't want it. Okay. Now we can go... I hate the cameras. Oh, geez, Tesh. Can't see shit, so your typos may be intense today. Dare I ask why you can't see shit? Yeah, Nee, I have a breathe easy tea that one of the ingredients in it is licorice, and that's the only thing I can taste in it, so it's just licorice tea as far as my brain is concerned. But as long as I only make a small glass and don't let it steep too long and don't let it get cold, I can manage to get through it just fine. But yeah, no, it's not great. Had an eye test where they dilated the fuck out of your eyes so that they could take photos. Oof. Oh, E for Tesh, not the T. Got it. I don't know, I ew the T, so... That's a me thing. Yeah, no, not fun. Not fun, Tesh. Be gentle on your eyeballs until they undilate. Okay. Let's come through here. I'm not gonna grab the, like, 20 herbs that are out this door, but I am gonna unlock it and try to get the plant chemical. Yeah, you can also use sunglasses if they didn't give you one of the fancy pairs. Did you plant? Thank you. Fucking shotgun ammo? Gosh darn it. Never mind. We're fine. Should only be a couple hours, maybe. Hope so, dude. Hope so. This is the bathroom. This is not where I need to go. Whoops! Nope. No thank you. Crap. Well, he's gonna start banging on this door. Probably. No thank you. Have a nice day. I'm surprised they didn't give you those stupid little roly plastic sunglasses. They're literally just like a dark plastic roll that just kind of weirdly cups your face. Okay, I can't take this either because fucking... The shotgun shells are still in the way. I'm gonna yeet everything in existence. I wish that I could just, like, swap them and not do anything else. Nope. Okay. Get your brain working. Where do I need... Through the door next to me. Had some coffee with your mom after, and basically had your eyes closed the whole time. Oh. Yeah, no, having your eyes dilated is definitely pretty uncomfy for sure. Yeah, every once in a while I run past zombies really well. I was waiting for that window to break. I didn't know when it was gonna... Can you not, sir? It's fine. Every once in a while I just not in the mood for their bullshit. Okay, we can drop some stuff in here finally to get it out of our way. I forgot that a bunch of stuff just appears in here eventually. I don't want the healing item. I would like the ammo instead, please. Thank you. Give me. Thank you. Nope. I'm gonna... give. Thank you. Absolute menace, chat. Absolute menace. Okay. We'll ditch the tiny key for now. Gonna leave these on the ground. Can't be bothered. Alright, we're gonna go swap out the shotgun now. Oh, we're safe right here. Spicy. I am baby when it comes to spice. I know the doorknob is about to fall apart, and I know I'm gonna break it. It's fine. I don't want to walk all the way back around right now. Don't you run at me, you turd. Don't remember much about this game, but you do remember the camera angles. I feel like they'd be hard to forget. These camera angles are a menace. I will never forget this. I hope that it's like the one thing that they change if they make a another remake of this is that they no bogus camera angles. Make it nice and pretty like the other games that they've done, and fix this aiming situation where I can't move. Apparently I move if I wiggle really hard, though. I'm shifting just a little bit. Haven't played the remakes, but they seem to have done a good job from what you've seen. I really enjoyed all of the remakes. I didn't play the original versions of any of their games, unfortunately. I kind of wish that I had, so I could have at least, like, experienced what was different. But yeah. Okay. I don't think I can open the door down to the left. I think that's slightly later. But I think I can open the door on the right side of the main room now? For the most part they have. 3's kind of a downer just because a lot got cut and it wound up feeling way shorter, but it was still fun for what it was. 4 was awesome. Which one was 3? I don't remember numbers, like, at all. Hold on. Ah. I guess I can see that. Why that would feel a little shorter. Four was good. I need to get 4's DLC. Maybe that'll be one of the next things we do, chat. How much is that? Oh, yeah, that's $10. Yeah, we'll probably do that'll probably be one of the next games we play then is the Separate Ways DLC for 4. Question is, will they remake 5 and 6? I hope so. I hope they keep remaking. 2 was good, but the campaigns were too similar-ish. I feel like the campaigns were different enough. Especially in, like, the second half, I think. I think the second half is where they, like, diverged more. If I'm remembering correctly, even. Who frickin' knows? Where am I trying to go? That's a great question that I don't think I even have an answer to. I have to go back all the way around, aren't I? I need to check the one door. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna deal with this guy. I hope. Come here, big guy. Welcome back. Goodbye. Cool. You're super excited about the Dead Space 2 remake. Just started playing the first one off stream, and you love the changes so far. People seemed pretty happy with the remake they did. Hello, don't come in behind me. That's rude. Oh, this door does open. Okay, this is the stupid bird room, I think. Okay, yeah, this is the don't fuck it up or you get attacked by birds. Okay. Hold on, I'm having pepperoni and cheese. Ow. The birds are extremely judgmental. Okay. Green headband, purple necklace, red bracelet. Okay, so I need you... I need my brain to work. Okay, green is not helpful. Purple is helpful, though. Green is also fine. So is it just this one that I need to... I don't remember how to turn you... Why for brain, no brain. Don't worry, the brain will get there. There we go. Alright, red, purple, and green, I think we're good. Next thing you love is in the original Dead Space, Isaac didn't talk, he was silent, but in 2 they made the choice to have him talk, so in the remake they gave him a voice and it fits so well. Also did a little redesign so he looks like the voice actor. Nice. Okay. Push the button! Don't eat me, birds. It's fine. Okay. Mask number 1. Perfect. This is locked. I think I needed one of the tiny keys that I yeeted into the abyss. That's fine. I forgot how ugly those masks were until now. They're not great. They're not great. Whoops, hi, you are getting very close to me, sir. God, sometimes there's just no getting around your fucking nonsense. Heck you! Making me waste shit. Okay, we need to work our way literally anywhere else. Can I go back through here? And I won't go back out that door. I'll go up and around. I just want to drop some stuff so that I have a little bit more room. Okay. I feel like I've also done enough that I probably should save. You're fine, Tesh. Ramble away, it's all good. I am worried constantly about saving. And trying not to overdo it. Okay. Let's properly stack you guys together. Okay. Yeah, this is fine. At least debatably fine. Okay. Nope, not that button. That one. Is this one of the doors I can open yet? Or not quite? I can! Ooh. I think this is where... This is almost where we found our ally last time. Hate the giant deer. Hello. Big ol' scratch. See, I'd love to be that paranoid about my saves in this, but they did their stupid thing with the ink tape roll things for the typewriters, and I'm just, like, scared of saving now. They've made it impossible. I don't think there's actually anything in this room that I want. Those are all herbs. Yep, this one has the limited saves. It's stressing me out. Hello? Okay. One of this room actually had bugs that attacked me, didn't it? Wow, good story. I don't have enough room to do this puzzle. Alright, let's take a moment and go put this frickin' mask anywhere but here. This is also not the rooms I thought it was. Okay, so... You can read text on stream without just making educated guesses. There you go. Your eyes are slowly returning to normal. How very helpful of them for you. What was the store's deal again? Oh. I'll come back to that. Let me go get rid of this mask before I keep trying to do things, chat. Because every time I try to do something, I just keep making it harder on myself. Chris really does need to feel bad about himself. Jill can carry more stuff, and he has like a billion pockets and can't carry shit. Alright, I'm still gonna leave that shotgun ammo there. Just because I don't have anywhere to put it at the moment. Which mask did we get? Creepy mouth mask. That would be you, right? Oh, no, that's the one with all three. Where is you? Just the mouth. Hate that. Hate that so much. Whee! Okay. They really are like super D&D-esque puzzles for sure. Okay, I guess we can go in this door now if we want to. Is this the one where we find people doing stuff? Speaking of puzzles. I super don't remember how we solved this before. The brain's not braining, chat. Alright, game, remind me what I'm trying to do here. Uh-huh. I don't think that's right. Nope, it is. We're fine. I always think that the way these pictures up top are set means something. And they probably do, but like... Nope. I don't remember this version of the box. Sunshine will awaken you. Push the button. Woohoo! I did it! They did say sunshine. I got there eventually. Okay, I think I probably remember that. I probably did the exact same thing. Actually, I think last time my brain worked better and I knew what it wanted me to do. This time my brain just went, if you push the buttons enough, it tells you you did it wrong. Therefore, I can push the buttons correctly. Oh god, oh god. We'll say that's one thing the remakes kind of lacked on the puzzle factor. There's a few of them, but it's not the same. Oof. Yeah, they did kind of make them probably a little bit more shootery than people wanted, if they used to be more puzzly. I will say, this one's still very difficult, because my brain would not. I feel like my brains are doing a combination of brute forcing and, like, going, like, there's a part of me that knows what it wants from me. Because I've done it and I just don't remember. I hate that. Exactly! Educated brute forcing. Okay. So we've gotten that. We're making really good progress, though, already, to already have 2 of the masks. We were definitely struggling with this more on our first playthrough, I think. What's my health at? I've been, like, accosted a number of times. We're fine. Okay, that's good. I like being fine. Let's come back out here. No. This does not help. This takes us to a box. No, this does help. We wanted to be here. We wanted to do the stuff on this floor. I'm getting there. Yeah, I'm sure people loved the load screen idea at the time, for sure. Okay. I did mean to grab my knife first. Oh well. I think I have just enough space to do... Okay. Push button. Woohoo! I fucking knew it! I remembered that! Fuck! Ah! Ew! 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 Don't land on my neck! I hate that! Ew! No! No! Give me that. Gross. Okay. Ugh, makes my neck feel gross. Just, ugh. Hate it, hate it, hate it. Okay. What was on this side again? Oh, that's right, just a bunch of stuff. Windcrest. What was the Windcrest for? The brain's not helping anymore. Windcrest. Windcrest. Okay. I think that to the right-ish, I think that one requires a helmet key. I could try the door that's down below further. I could try both of the lower doors and see if either of those are ones that I'm just forgetting. You. Aha! When you were younger, you cut into a paper wasp nest with a hedge trimmer? No! Oh, God. Oh, hello.
You.
Chris Redfield, Alpha Team. We're here to rescue you. Richard, what the hell happened to you?
Snake.
Chris, this place. Get your team out of here. Demons everywhere.
Don't talk.
Not the demons.
He seems to have been bitten by a poisonous snake, but the size of the bite mark is huge.
It's not just any ordinary snake. Take my word for it.
He needs serum. I left it in another room.
I'll go get it.
Please hurry.
Hold on.
He's gonna
I'll be
die.
back.
Zoom! Okay. Oh, hello. That's helpful, actually. Cool. I wish I could see my map a little bit more and that it wasn't just flooding my screen with the little picture there, but that's actually helpful, so. Zoom. Okay. Now I know where that's at. At least ish. Oh, hi! You're on this side. That's unfortunate and not helping anybody. Can you not? It's fucking rude. Not this door. This one. Y'all are children of chaos. Thank you for getting out of my way. Say one thing in this game, it's a great example of art style over graphics. It looks great even with the shitty graphics. Yeah. No, I mean, it looks fine enough. Yeah, I mean, it could be a lot worse than this. Okay, I got munched. I only got munched once, though, and Chris is, like, beefy. Okay, we're fine again. I'm gonna go ahead and put the wind crest back in here until I remember what the fuck I'm supposed to do with it. I would like serum, though. Thank you. And then I'm gonna burn at least one of the bodies that's just vibing outside here. Because I don't want to deal with them later. In the middle of a zombie outbreak. Okay, I got munched, but I only got munched once. It's totally fine. You. Yeet. Fire! I mean, I'm not wrong, though. He only got munched once. It's fine. Yeah, it'll stop it from respawning if I light it on fire. I just only get a limited number of that. Because basically it'll come back as something far worse. And I don't want to deal with that when I'm outside of my safety room trying to be safe. Bullshit, you did this to me last time too, and I was mad at you when you did it then. Light his ass on fire. Thank you. Cool. Okay, let's put the canteen back for now. Alright, we got a dude that's waiting on serum and we were just, like, dinking around lighting bodies on fire. That's fine. I could have lit your ass on fire, too. Oh well. It's fine, chat. It's fine. Totally fine. Oh, hello. No, thank you. Being able to only partly read today is struggling. Everyone's talking about SCP shutting down. You keep thinking like the Foundation, but it's the merch website. I don't think I know what the merch website is. I would have thought the SCP Foundation as well. I would have been just as confused. Oh, whoa, whoa. Oh, I wanted to check. Can I open this door? I can. That's good to know. We'll do that later. Yeah, no, I don't think I even would have known what the merch website is, so it wouldn't have done me any good. Where the frick am I trying to get back to now? I'm in the hallway for it already. This door. Hello, Poison Snake Man. Are you dead? You probably died while I was gone. Yep. touch. So gentle. So where'd the other chick go? She vanished, like, real fucking quick. Okay. If I remember this room up here correctly, A, I need to ditch the serum so I have space in my inventory. B, don't try to fight the snake in here. We fight the snake later. Gotta go have lunch. Alright, Tesh, have a good one, dude. Enjoy your lunch. Thanks for popping in. May your eyeballs recover in peace. You little following me in here. How dare you? Okay. Zoom. Where's my brain? Not attached. It's fine. We're putting stuff in a box. We're getting there. Alright, let's put this here. Pulled pork and cornbread is ready. Awesome. I will be down in a little bit for that then. Okay, we made plenty of room in our inventory, so let's go deal with the snake room. Alright, we gotta remember there's also a dude in this hallway now. Down he goes. Let's just get past him for now. Nope. No, thank you. Have a nice day. Ooh, had to make foods for Small Bean? What kind of foods did you make? It's foods time all around. Everyone's having foods. Whoops, hello. Oh, thank goodness you got headshot. That's so convenient for me. Ooh. Okay. Remember this room being too dark. Or some nonsense. At the moment, he's on doctor's orders to pack some more calories, so he's working on that, but his medicine makes his appetite kind of go down. Oof. Yeah, trying to find the right foods to, like, boost the calorie intake, but not necessarily be more than he's wanting to eat. Definitely is a tricky balancing act. Is there nothing there? I thought that there was stuff on this wall I was supposed to read. I don't want to pick up shotgun shells right now. I want to pick up important things. Okay, into the... Woo! Hello! Nope, well, cool. You're getting my only flash grenade, so that sucks. Yep, that helps. Okay, musical score piece. Did that do damage to me too? Gosh darn it. That's rude. Give me this garbage. Okay, that's everything in that room. I don't think I can even actually go in the snake room yet, can I? No, I can't. How did y'all get in there if you didn't even have the key? They probably shut it and locked it behind them. They probably never had the key in the first place. It probably wasn't locked when they got here. No, good. It's fine. Give me that. Nom nom nom. Okay, take this. Okay, we need to go back. Oh, that was an extra waste shot. Okay. Go back in here and put some of our stuff away. The weird sideways ass walk. Okay. Okay. Those there. I want to take this old key with us this time, chat. Alright. I'm gonna run and get my dinner, chat. So we'll take a quick break here. Y'all know the drill. Get up, stretch, get food, get water, whatever it is that you need to make sure that you are taking care of yourself. And we will be right back. So close, chat. That was kind of a rough one. Not a lot we could do with that one. Okay, dinner is acquired, chat. Okay. Tonight's dinner, chat, we've got pulled pork, cornbread, and green beans. Very yummy. Okay. I also made sure to grab a napkin this time. Alright, what were we working on? Key. We wanted to go open that gate, I think. That's one of the things we wanted. Is this door broken yet? This is the wrong way, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. We still have that one key. We have that entire bottom section there that we can... Yeah, loud noises are totally fine. It's all good. We're totally safe. But yeah, we had that whole other door hallway section that we didn't go through yet. Over here. Okay. Okay. I gotta remember, I also picked up that plant stuff that I need to take back to the other area. Okay. Whoops, hello. Hello, Forest. This is the dude that had no chill earlier. I think that's the dude that had no chill earlier. Whoops. Oh my god, why is he so much faster? Ah! Well. Fuck you. Oh my god, how much... Sir? You're wasting so much ammo. Fucking rude as shit. Give me this. This is the reason they put this here. They're like, haha, your stupid butt's gonna need this. Let me do the thing. Okay, we're fine. Okay, there is something else that we missed. Probably where he was sitting. Ah, there it is. that everything? Now it's everything. There's, like, no point to even coming out here. That's... It's fine. It's totally fine. Okay. This was a good use of our time. Okay, I wanted to open that one gate. Even though I don't necessarily know if there's a reason to. Other than to just not have to deal with it. I think this is a helmet door, right? Yeah, okay. I'm pretty sure we already checked that. But it's fine. You know, I don't think I ever actually went and got the plant stuff. Because I didn't have room for it. Did I? No, I don't think we did. I don't think we had room for it. I never actually picked it up. You remember that hallway? Doggos? Yeah. Dogs out here, too. It's fine. Give me that. Ow! Rude! Can you let go? Fucking rude. I don't care about anything else that's outside. Because I think all of the rest of it is herbs. Problem now is this hallway sucks. Yeah, you suck. Oh god, please don't just stand there while... We're fine. I don't know how those guys didn't start coming towards me when he did that, but I will take my wins. I really hope that this was worth it and that I have the stupid tiny key on me. I always thought it was funny that the crows make zombie noises. Like, they also make crow noises, but, like, they do make, like, a bunch of, like, zombie noises, which is the point. It's supposed to scare you, but, like... Yeah. Mm-hmm. Is it crows or ravens that mimic noises in real life? Like, not like as well as like other mimicking birds, but like a little bit. I know one of them kind of mimics certain sounds a tiny bit. Ravens, I think? Okay. Probably. What do I want out of this? I want... Go in here. Crows mostly just caw. Yeah, ravens make noises. Maybe they're not crows in the game, maybe they're ravens, and that's why they make zombie noises. Mm-hmm. Alright, discard a key, let's go. I do so many random things out of order in this game, I swear. Don't read it again. Please. Oh my god. I guess I will take the ink ribbon. Is there anything to pick up off of these shelves and stuff? I don't remember. Is it just this that I need to push? Okay, take the musical score. We'll need to get back to our box to get the other piece of the music that's missing. Oink. Okay. This way. Can I go all the way down, or is this is the door? Oink. Eventually this door breaks, doesn't it? Okay. No, not. Don't. Stop that. Alright. Because that's how you mix chemicals. You just drop the bag in and don't even open it. Green? Nope. I have a 50-50 shot. Perish! Alright. There's another mask for us. Which is great. I am going to take... Oh, I killed them all! No! Fuck! Well, that sucks. Fuck you! You're in my way. Now I'm sad. In fairness, Chris isn't really a science guy. Nah, that's true. More of a brute force. That's fair. Okay. Let's see. Add that there. Where's the other piece of the music? Can I just... Nope. Oh my god. There. Thank you. Okay, now I've got the whole music sheet. Let's grab a healing item. Do I have a small one? No. Yes. Okay, now we're fine again. We've made enough progress, I'm gonna go ahead and save. Cool. That away. Alright, let's go take the death mask down and then do the music. Nope. Ah! We're fine. The luckiest little thread the needle right there. Not gonna lie, you read that as brute force gay. Alright, I mean, he could be. I guess it doesn't ever actually tell us. Okay. Let's get this mask out of our way. What is this? Eyeballs. There's a full RE1 mansion mod for Skyrim? Oh, jeez. Depending on what side of the fandom you look in, he most definitely could be. I don't know, like, I feel like I've played enough games that I should have, like, a better idea of him. For the most part, people pair him with Jill. Yeah, I guess. I can see that, because, like, at the end of the game, he has that stupid-ass little ladies first bullshit, but... Okay, I need to take the music to the music place, which is somewhere... downstairs. I will push the correct button eventually. Okay, that door. Zoom! I will say, if Chris has been at it this long, you can definitely understand his attitude by the time you get to 7, where he's just like, Ethan, no, shut the fuck up, sit down, stop being a little shit. Like, his attitude towards Ethan makes a lot more sense when you think about how long he's been dealing with this nonsense.
It's
Oh.
me, Chris.
You okay?
Yes, I'm okay. Can't grieve forever.
You're so bad at playing the piano, let me do this for
This
you.
is the Moonlight Sonata.
Can you play?
To be fair, I couldn't do this either.
Oh, what was that?
My interpretation is off a little. Let me practice for a while.
Let her... I can just decide not to? I mean, I guess.
Sure. But don't get too carried away.
Oh, I won't.
I'm guessing this is like an optional thing that I just don't remember what was back here. How long am I supposed to let her practice for? I'm guessing I'll just come back later. She'll be gone and the door will be open. Okay. What can we do instead? We have no key at the moment. I don't actually know what we could go do right now. You know, the magical door connected to the piano doesn't say how fast you have to play the song for it to work. So, like, maybe if they just slowed down and took their time, they could open it. Rar. Noises. Noises. Rar. Oh my god. Go up the stairs. Thank you. What's the store again? No, there's nothing up here for me. This is the pathway to the other key door that we can't open. There is an item that I left in there somewhere, though, apparently. Hmm. Ooh, hello, goodbye. Okay, let's go... Let's make our way back to a box so that we can figure out what items we have that we can do things with. Okay, let's go ahead and pick these up, actually. We can mix them to fill our slots. Okay. I love how you can still hear her playing. Have we not used this thing yet? this right away. Yeah, I can't do that yet. So where do I need to go? I don't think I can go up top there yet. I should at least go check and make sure there's not an important item in that hall, though. I think it's locked. I don't think I can... No, it's not locked because it'd be red if it was locked. Oh, it's because they are. It's like, why does it sound like people are shouting? Because, like, they're doing, like, a quiet, shouty thing. Zoom. Nope, 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 nope. Oh, thank you for the hydrate piece. Okay. Alright. What's over here for us to work with? Is there a dog in here? I don't know if there's a dog out here. Fuck! No! Ow. Okay. That's right. This comes from the coffin. And green, there's no items to get. Okay. So we need something else. Hmm. Okay. The room with the typewriter box only has 2 healing sprays. The room on the right, I think, only has healing items in it, unless I missed, like, one extra item that was with the healing items. I got too worried about the dog and might have missed something. Typewriter room, we can't access the clock yet. Room next to the typewriter room on the left, I think had like tape or something in it. Small room we can't access without the other gem. Middle chunk was shotgun shells. Piano room is the only other room on this section of the map. I don't remember any of these rooms having anything helpful in them. But I'm at a little bit of a loss for where to go. I promise I'm not slouching nearly as bad as the camera looks like. It's just because the camera's lower now that it looks like I am. Thank you for the posture check there, Nightshade. What was the wind medallion for again? I don't think we've found a room that even... I feel like I literally, like, backed myself into some sort of, like, waiting for her to finish her dang piano. Let's see if there's anything in our box that maybe I'm just forgetting about that we can use. Let's pick these healing items up so that it stops telling us there's an item in here. I didn't want to open the box. I wanted the healing item on the floor. Thank you. There we go. Check this. Okay. This room is clear now. Okay, we don't actually need this key, we just didn't let it destroy it when it asked. We don't have any items except for the emblem and the wind crest. I don't remember what this is for. Oh, this isn't used for a hot minute. Because we need the stone and metal object to be able to even go to the courtyard. I feel like we're largely at the part where we need to go to the courtyard, but we're missing... We're missing something. What are we missing? What room can we do other than piano room? Maybe it was out where the dogs were. I'm just remembering badly. We need the last mask. That's not with the dogs. I want to clear these rooms off my map so that they're stop being red. Because it doesn't work, we use the fire team finder to get a team together and get the bow. There you go, Anoli. You enjoy that bow, it's pretty nice. Thank goodness that they added the fire team finder. I'm glad that that worked. I didn't want to use that. Now I'm sad. Not helpful, game, not helpful. Please be a single green herb. Spray. Okay. Oh, that's because the herb is on this side of the bed. I would have loved to just pick that up and mix it with something else, but you know. Alright, let's go put these items in the box and then get those last couple items there. Just so that this room's cleared off the map and we can feel better about it. Let me in the box. Okay. Get those last two items. Hopefully it's just 2 items. Have you gotten to use the bow yet, Anoli? What do you think of it? Oh wait, if your headset doesn't work, did you even get to hear all of the dialogue in the mission? Oh, there was so much good stuff. Anything else over here? No. Okay, grab the ink ribbon. Alright, we'll go deposit this out of Chris's teeny tiny pockets. Okay. Ink ribbon. We don't need this for a bit yet. Where does the emblem go? I feel like I didn't struggle with the emblem this much the first time. I feel like I found where it went really easily. Okay. Alright, let's head out here. We'll head to the right side and double check by the dogs that that's only herbs. And that I'm not missing anything else over there. I don't like that you've changed and have claws now, Mr. Scary Man. No, I can't say I'm a fan of that. Okay, let's grab our canteen thing and see if we can set him on fire. We'll also grab a shotgun in case the answer's no. Because he's got scary fingers now. And frankly, not a fan of scary fingers. So, think I'm good. Let's not. Take that. And that. Holy crap, the last boss likes to bar you into that small entrance. It's the worst place to be, is that small entrance. The fact that they put the respawn point in there is... awful. Mess. Absolutely not cool. Making us go into that stupid entrance to pick people back up is an absolute menace. I don't agree. I think it's super necessary to use this. I thought so. Oh, I didn't need to use that a second time. Why'd you only take one? I probably didn't need to burn that one, but it's fine. Suspicious, chat. Very suspicious. And unfortunately I used an extra shot on the shotgun there, but oh well. Alright, do I have any more? I do actually have some. Let's go ahead and fill the canteen. And then we'll put it back in here. I should probably pick up the shotgun shells that are outside, because we're starting to run low. Pulled pork turned out really good this time. It's really juicy. It's not too dry. Make sure I let Dad know that he did a good job on that. Dad knows? Good. You did good. It tastes good. It's very juicy. We could make a pulled pork sandwich, that is true. And that'll probably be people's lunch for the next couple days. I never know what cheese to use with like a pulled pork sandwich, because I don't want to just cheese on bread. He says he won't change the recipe. He knows the rules. If I like it, he's not allowed to change it or it'll taste different. Mostly I just like how juicy it came out this time. I'm not usually a big fan of the pulled pork, but it came out good. Yeah, poor Dad never gets to experiment with his grill anymore. He's not allowed to change the recipes on us. Nope, I was worried about this. This is all just herbs and a gas can. Ow! Fucking rude, sir! I don't know, I just don't want to do, like, just pork on bread. I want to do something with it. But I'm not a barbecue sauce person, and I don't feel like cheese would particularly go great with. Okay, we're in danger now. Now we're fine. Okay, there was nothing helpful. A rich and creamy cheese works well, like a Jack or a mozzarella. I don't like Jack or mozzarella. That's not true. I do like mozzarella. I could try that. I could try mozzarella. I was thinking Swiss for some reason. Swiss is gross. Swiss cheese smells like feet. I'm glad I could validate you there, Nee. No, Swiss is not great. Okay, I'll be fair. I haven't tasted Swiss in a long time, but my family eats a lot of Swiss. And when they microwave it on, like, burgers or shit, it smells disgusting. It smells like feet. It tastes not great. I imagine if it tastes anything like it smells, it's not for me. Although, to be fair, there was one cheese we tried recently that didn't smell the greatest, but it actually tasted just fine. It didn't have much of a flavor at all. Have you guys seen the videos on, like, TikTok where they have, like, the half block of cheese, and then they just scrape the melted cheese off onto, like, a dish of some kind? We tried that, raclette, that's what it's called. We tried that cheese. It doesn't smell the greatest either, but it tastes fine. It doesn't, it kind of is a very, like, light taste that's not super there compared to some other cheeses. But yeah. Are you done practicing yet? Definitely don't eat it by itself. That's fair.
Chris, I think I got it.
If you had it, the door would be open. Just saying. I also love, like, the zero context on who any of these characters are.
This makes perfect.
What's this?
I love how this implies that when she thought she had it correct, that means she was still playing it wrong and did something different this time and actually had it. What's your deal?
Be careful, Chris.
Okay. She's the girl Wesker has a picture of hidden in his desk in Resident Evil 2 like a creeper. That's fair. Okay. Trevor's diary. We're definitely reading that. Gold emblem. Uh-oh. Goodbye, random lady. Cool. Woohoo. Isn't this supposed to, like, do something else? I could have sworn I remembered that, like, opening. Whatever. They're still trying to open that door, chat, and I still won't let them. There we go. Apparently I've just found my people, chat. None of you like Swiss cheese. Okay. Now I have to remember what... Nope, that's not correct. Is it the angle or the color that I need to... Nothing's happening. Stop! Okay, hold on. No, I need to relook at it because my brain needs to... Okay. No. Fucking... I'm trying. Okay. There we go. Hooray! We done did it. Mansion key. Shield key. Okay. Which fucking door was the shield door? It's a great question. Mansion key. Ah. Oh, is this the snake room key? This might be the snake key. Which way was that again? I should check this door while I'm right next to it, but I think this is a helmet. Yeah, okay. I think this is for the snake room. I wish there were little symbols on the map to tell you where the absolute heck you're going. I think it's one of the rooms on the right. I just don't remember which one necessarily. Okay. I know, but that'd be way too easy. And it would have been probably a lot more difficult to do at the time that this game was made. We should take the game we got and be happy. Shield key. Yep. No further use. Discard. Yeet! Oh, snake! Hello, large lad! I'll take this, thank you. Is that everything in this room? Yes, dope. Goodbye, sir. I'll fight you later. Awesome. Alright, we need to now go grab, like, the shotgun or something. I don't know why I said or something, like I had other options. We need to just go grab the shotgun. Because we don't have other options. There aren't any. So... let's head out here to go to our box. Nope, no grenade launchers for this guy. Okay. Who needs first aid spray, right? Save. Yeah. Just in case some absolute nonsense happens. We're at an absolute nonsense part of the game, chat. Okay. Alright. We're gonna take the slightly faster way out since we happen to be near it. By going out this door... not this door. We can't go that way anymore. I'm a dork. Okay, we're gonna go all the way around, because it's fine. I get the directions of which way the door can go broken every time. You know what would be great is if Chris would use his non-existent boulder punching muscles to break the door. Who needs a doorknob if there's just no door in the way? This is not the right way. He hasn't leveled up enough for that yet. I mean, come on, he might not be a boulder punching level, but really, he's not at door punching level? I feel like door punching level's where you have to start at. He's not even that far. What game does he punch the bowler in? Still laugh about about how Heisenberg knows about that by the time Village rolls around. I loved Heisenberg. He sounded like Nicolas Cage. Ah, he does it in 5. Gotcha. Well, then they definitely need to remake 5. They gotta lean into the boulder punching shenanigans in the remake. Like, come on. Give the people what they want. Okay. I don't want to deal with this guy, but we have to. Maybe it's not necessary. Put the mask on the thing. Thank you. Oh my god, like... Icky. I don't like you. You scare me. With my face, you little shit. fucking rude! Oh, now there's ammo here. Cool. We almost got out of that unscathed. There we go. Now we have the object to be able to go obtain the object using Chris. Cool, cool. We're getting achievements, chat! Cool. So I'm probably not even gonna get all of the achievements, because I have a feeling some of them are ones where you have to replay the same characters again and make the opposite choices you made the first time. And I don't have the energy for that. Nee, I don't know how you have the energy to be an achievement hunter. For this one you wouldn't bother to either. I need to brush up on my French. Why? Is there someone I need to speak it to? Our cousins that have the exchange student are coming to Christmas Eve. Oh, is there exchange student French this year? Ah. I definitely don't think I could hold a full conversation in 4 days. I don't think that's gonna happen. Okay, we need to make our way up top there. I've got too much stuff. We're gonna have to leave a lot behind. It's deep down in the bottom of the brain. You think I was conversationally fluent before? 100% not. I did think about trying to pull up my, like, Duolingo again to, like, brush up recently. A bunch of the other mods are all doing their language studies. And it made me go, I should do that again. Well, I did not want to deal with you. Great, now you have my— oh my god, can you not? I've done so well getting through them every other time. No, I was unfortunately never conversationally fluent in my French. I took just enough in high school to get the requirements to graduate, and that was kind of it, unfortunately. It never really stuck in my brain. I don't know if a foreign exchange student wants to deal with someone that's got 2 years of French. Coming at them with their horrible pronunciation and lack of knowledge. I mean, I guess if you want to be picky, I could have bad conversations. I could ask them about, like, their pet. I could ask about, like, their cat and what size it was. you know, all of the super basic shit. I'm not gonna remember these. North Valley, South Cave. I don't remember what directions I needed to stop each of these in color-wise. Statue with blue eyes, the inscription reads, "Last gasps of destruction." What direction was... North. Okay. I got really lucky that I was... I just spammed the button and it stopped exactly where I needed it to. Whoops. Revenge. Okay. West. Don't make me watch this. There we go. Okay, so this path is open now. This is the part where I get attacked by birds. Yes, okay. Okay, I don't have the medallion on me. Attack of the birds! Ah! Okay. That's reassuring. Okay. Anything over here, or is this just a loop for zombies? I think it's just a loop for zombies. Okay. Let's go ahead and grab these plants. Which we have very limited room for. Alright, this is fine. We're safe in here. There's a Vex Strike Force happening in a few minutes. I'm not opening Destiny, it's fine. Nope. Totally fine. Thanks for the posture check, Wolf, and the hydrate. Map of the courtyard, yes please. Alright, hold on. Just a moment, chat. I require stuff. These don't happen as often as I would like them to. This is a great use of my time for everybody that's here to watch Resident Evil. I think my Titan still needs the most exotics. Oh, no, that was the correct button. No, collections. Four, five, six. Yeah. Titan definitely, I think, needs the most. Yeet. Excuse me as I throw myself at peace. Mom, Dad, go to the Vex Strike Force, free exotics! You're a backtrap. You're already there, it looks like. Do the Vex Strike Force. Yeah, Mom and Dad, if you're not already at it, make sure to go to it. Yeet. I want to double check what I saw was them actually at that. Okay. Yes, they are. Good, good. Good, 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 good. Zoom. Hello, chest. So many snowballs! Yeet! Cool. Zoom! Welcome back, Rabid, with your cocoa and cereal. Very nice. Don't worry, we'll be back to Resident Evil momentarily. I'm just trying to get my easy, free exotic. I don't know why. Oh, pieced it. I was like, why did someone Titan bubble here? Yeet. Beautiful. I don't actually know if I had the right chest piece on to Thunder Crash like that. No, I didn't have anything on. That's why that didn't do absolutely anything for me. Cool. That's very helpful of it. Arbor Warden. Thank you, peace. There we go. Alright. Yeet. Goodbye! I've got a snowball attached to my hand again! You're gonna have to screenshot that one of these times and show it to me. Oh well. Alright. Let's put that back on the correct game. Forgive the brief interlude there. I just realized I didn't even switch the game audio for you guys. That was entirely quiet the entire time for you. Whoops. Yeah. I'm so good at this. Okay, typewriter to save. Box of safety. This away. This can go. Alright, got the crank. Let's grab this item, the ink ribbon, and save real fast. Not my handgun, thank you. Oh, is it in the D2 chat? Alright, let's see what this looks like. It just covers like half my face. Oh, that's funny. That's great. Thought I finished Resident Evil, that's why I switched. No, there was an event for free exotics. It's the easiest way to get exotics that you don't already have in the game now, so... And because the event doesn't happen at, like, a consistent, like, daily time... It's your best option is to... take advantage of it when you can. Ooh, I wanna go find out what Mom and Dad got. Hold on. Okay, nothing that I super care about. Someday they'll get some of the exotics that I want. Mom actually got a decent one if she likes using stasis at all. Smack. Ow. What happened to my sound? Game sound? Hello? I guess who needs audio, right? Oh god, oh god, oh god, I'm in danger. Ow. Fuck. I can't hear anything. It was playing and then it stopped. Why? Like, I know why it stopped for you guys. It stopped for me too, but I don't know why it stopped for me. This is fine. Who needs audio, I guess? My headphones are fine. Why did they just stop out of nowhere? What happened? Where's my sound? Ah, why? Ow. Sorry, chat. Stop fucking stop. Just shut up. Can you stop? How long does that last? Okay, I mean, they work. I did a sound test on them. Sorry if you guys could hear that. I hope not. Hopefully with my sound settings you guys didn't actually get exploded by that. So they're working. I'm just not getting any game audio. Oh, why? Why did the game just suddenly not audio? Through the mic since it was so loud? Oh, geez. Well, that was in my ears, so that's fun, right? OBS isn't getting any audio. The game itself's just not outputting any audio at the moment. Because it's not picking up an OBS either. Its audio's still in all of my stuff. I can still, like, see it's in my volume mixer still. I don't know what happened. Yeah, I guess we're gonna have to restart the game. We had just saved in the building anyways, so, like, it's fine. Weird. Okay. Ow. That's such a rude intro. Okay, now let me load. Yes, okay. There. Now we have sound, chat. Now we can... Ooh, sorry. Now we can play for a little bit longer here. That was very strange indeed. I don't know what was up with that, but... hopefully... Ow. Hopefully it's gonna stay fixed. I love how she's just vibes here with us until we get back up. Lady, you are blocked. Ow! You got me on the backswing? Really? Fucking rude. Maybe you didn't like me switching games? Maybe? I guess. That was really weird. Alright, well. Back we go. No thank you, sir. Have a nice day. Well, at least it's working now. That's all that really matters. Oh, sorry, chat. Okay. I needed to have grabbed the medallion before I came back here. Yeah. Yeah, I did. Can I go back there, or is she just gonna be, like, in that building vibing now? I kinda needed that item for this. Yeah. Hopefully she's just not in there now, because that'd be nice. I'd be very happy if she was just not in. God, the cat scared the shit out of me. Big ol' movement out of the corner of my eyes. The cat jumped off the bed. Oh, cool. She's not in here anymore. At least for now. now we're fine. Oh man, sometimes these screen transitions makes the brain angry. Okay. Head back down here, put the medallion in thingamathang. Woo! Hello! No thank you! Ew! Gross, sir! Keep that to yourself. I am perfectly fine without that, thank you very much. Dude couldn't even have the decency to vomit away from me. Okay. I barely have enough room for all of this. Ow, 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 ow. Stop that, stop that. You can't even move. That was so rude. Oh my god. Okay. And this one. Ooh, hello. Yeah, I'll take a Magnum. That's a super helpful revolver. You got the huge man to spawn in Observation Duty 6, let's go! The large lad himself. Yeah, the birds are not nice. Not nice at all. If we're freaking ever had to keep replaying the same map over and over, finally got him, I just have to... 2 maps to do on hard mode, 1 more enemy type to get to spawn, and then you're done. Look at you, even achievement hunting and observation duty. Okay, let's get out of here, please. Use this, drain the water. We're making much better progress this time, chat, compared to our first time playing through. Oh no, you had to give up with 5? Yeah, waiting for things like that to happen by random chance is definitely a frustrating thing to have to wait for as far as achievements go. Like, it's not like you can trigger it to happen, you just have to wait. false sense of security of there not being any snakes there right now is not. Also, chat, we got ads coming in. So that's if I'm trying to speedrun it. I think it's just so happening to go that way. Alright, I grab... Well, I could grab the herb. It's fine. I thought there was a dog in this room. At this point, you know where every anomaly is in that map, even without even needing to think about it. Oh, jeez. I don't have the brain power for the observation duty games. Like, I watch other people play those, and I'm just like, I don't see anything. Like, a couple of the things I see, yeah. And if I were actively attempting to play it myself, it might be different, but... Oh, see, now there's snakes. But yeah, I think by and large, my brain don't do the brain thing. Okay, a bunch of blue herbs in here for the poison. Snakes, aka Leon Snacks? What? Can you eat them in 4? Oh, jeez. Oh god, please just, like, let me in this area. Thank you. Oh, I don't need the crank anymore either at the moment. That'll come back in later. Okay, ink ribbon. Yes, please, thank you. Let's go ahead. Save since we got here. Very nice. Okay, is there anything else? No, we cleared that room. But no, for the most part, we're just a lot more confident in where everything is. Alright, let's put this box in place now so we don't have to worry about the stupid plant nonsense. I need to push it one more forward. We will not take damage to the stupid floor plant, chat. Okay. Okay, this is the first area that has spiders. And I hate to say it like this, but thankfully, they're normal fucking spiders right now. Never thought I'd be so thankful for a normal-ass spider in my life. Think. Trust me, chat, if you think these are bad, they're not. It's so much worse later in the game. I don't remember shit about this. It's for later. That's all I remember. Ooh, do you have to, like, goop shake like that? All spooters are bad. No, it's okay. There's something else up here. I need this later. Where'd I write my notes down for this? I wrote shit down for this game somewhere. Hold on, chat. Also, chat, as a reminder, you're one sub away from another wheel spin. You're so close. Ah, there's my notes. Okay, I'll have that page open for later. I wrote down the numbers and colors earlier. Peace! Peace with the last sub! Thank you, Peace, for gifting the sub to, Cheeky Are We. Much appreciated. Chat, you get another wheel spin. Alright, let me get the wheel. Uh-oh, the wheel is suffering. Oop. Load wheel, you got this. No. Okay, there it goes. Okay, let me get... Boop! There's the wheel, chat. Alright, chat. We got a wheel spin here for ya, and we are halfway to our weekly goal. Last time, chat, we got 20 squats. Let me refresh your memory on what else on the list. We got squats. We got either I'll show you guys emotes we're working on, or we'll work on a new emote sketch together. I could put on the Pikachu onesie. I could put on my Luna hat or my Dino cloak. I could eat some spicy almonds that I still have. We could play some rounds of words on stream, or we could play some rounds of GeoGuessr. So let's see what you get, chat. Spin the wheel! What's it gonna be? I'm starting to think my wheel's weighted. Why did you give me squats again? We did squats a couple hours ago. Why did you spin squats again? Hold on, chat. I'm gonna try some. Spin again for me. What are you gonna land on squats again? Just so that I know. No. Okay. It lands on other things, I promise. I needed to make sure that it wasn't just because I had to reload the page that it's like, nope, squats again. Okay. Oh, jeez, chat. Alright, fine. The wheel demands squats as your reward, chat. Move the chair. Up we go. Okay. Alright, chat. If you want to get some exercise with me, up out of the chairs, let's get ready for some squats. We got 20 on the board. Let's go, chat. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Whew! Good job, chat, with the exercise. And since it rolled squats twice in a row, chat, I am also gonna go grab the dino hoodie as a reward, because that's what the wheel rolled when I double-checked that it worked. Okay. Here's the dino hoodie, chat. I gotta take the tag off it still. I'm really bad about taking tags off of things. It stresses me out. So let's get this tag off of here. Alright, chat. I'm a dinosaur now. Can't even hardly see it because of the frickin' headset. But there you go. Dino hoodie unlocked. Your thighs hate you now? It's all good. Good job, peace. And good job to anybody else that got the squats in. It's good for us. It sucks, but it's good for us. Alrighty. I wish I could make it a little bit more visible for you guys. Hold on, can I adjust my camera at all? No. I could tilt the camera up a little bit, and that would kind of... Oh. Is that too much? Nope, it's just enough to see the dino in here. I'll turn it sideways just a little bit so you can see it in all of its dino glory a bit more. There we go, chat. The dino hoodie. As we come up with more things, chat, I'll find more stuff to put on the list that's entertaining. So if you have any ideas for good, low sub-goal rewards, something we can do for fun more frequently. Okay. Oh no, you had just cleaned your room the other day and now your back's like, no more. Oof. Well, good job getting your room cleaned up. That's always a nice feeling. That's something I definitely need to do. Okay, I know there's a spider above us right now. I'm just, like, awkwardly trying to get the important items out of here. Zoom! Phew. Okay. We're fine. We made it. Examine the book. Can I open the book? What's in the book? It is a big dino. Nothing printed. Okay. I left the freaking ink ribbon in my inventory. Okay, we need to put the ink ribbon not in our inventory, preferably. Let's get a bunch of this out of here. hold on to the book for now. We've got just enough room that it's okay. Okay, we can't do the door on the left, but we can go over this carefully. Okay. What do we got here? Alright, remember we can take the map here. Need to remember this hole for later, because I know it goes places that are helpful to us. There is a hole in the wall here that I just entirely forgot about before. Okay, is this where we see Wesker talking to somebody, question mark? Oh, this might be the spot with the weird trick with the trigger warning. If I just don't go towards it, is it fine? Residence key. Okay, do we now not see it because I didn't look at it? Or is it still gonna be there? Oh, yep, nope, okay, hi, ow, rude. Cool. Well, if it was there, we don't have to worry about it anymore. Yay! Hopefully that's where it was and we just don't have to worry about it. I'm worried I think it was somewhere else, but... Special. I don't think I pushed that the correct direction just now. Oh, nope, here we go. I just had to push the other one first. There we are. Down the ladder we go. Oh, sorry about that. Okay, we don't have a map for this area. Not yet, anyways. Can I just push these all at once? No, I've ruined it. Will it reset if I leave? Up and back down again, chat. Hopefully those boxes are back where they started. So that'd be nice. There we go. Next box. one more is needed. Okay. I don't know that I have what I need to do this upcoming section. I think the key I got I need to go back to use. Yeah, this is one. I think I need something else before I can do this section properly. Definitely need something before I want to do this section. Okay, not this door. Okay, up and over the boxes. I wish I could have just put this tiny box over the hole and just climbed over it by itself. I think that would have been nice. I don't know why it gives you the option to not discard the key. Ah. Okay, this is the trigger room. We're gonna just try to not look at it. So, hopefully it just stops being there, chat. And if not, trigger warning. Is it gonna make me look at it? Oh. There we go. Control room key. Whoops. Dang it. Ow. I'm fine. I hate that it makes us look at what's there. I'm gonna go heal first, chat. Okay, now we're gonna go deal with the nonsense over here, unfortunately. Okay, hopefully coming in here it'll be enough to trigger it to not be there anymore. Last time just being in here, the thing came crashing down. Really? You're just gonna stay there? I hate that. Let's just not. Lots of ammo. Okay. The room is clear now. Let's just get away from that, please. Okay. Okay, we have the control room key now. So we can go down into the uh-oh. Alright, chat. If you've not seen this game before, you're in for a fun part coming up here. Not that door. This one. Now we get to go down into the uh-oh. Okay. So this part's super stressful, chat. I'm gonna take this with in a hope that I can... I should have deposited the book and the self-defense box. Okay. Oh, this'll be great. Go, 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 go. Yep. Here they come, chat. Fucking sharks! Just don't stop moving. Keep running. Okay, we're fine, we're fine. We made it to the control room. Yeet the key! Kind of wishing I hadn't taken the herb now, because I took it with me expecting to get hit by a shark at least once there. Apparently, that's not the case. There will be no shark hits for me. Okay. I need to remember what all of the buttons are. Switch to drain the water.
Emergency. Unknown source of pressure detected. Locking all doors to achieve maximum safety.
Okay, safety needs to be released first. I don't remember the order to do things. Release safety. It's been released. Okay. Yep, now we press the lever. Press the lever. Pull the lever.
Reaching 30% of pressure threshold.
Now it breaks. Oil pressure lost. Restore pressure. Okay, now we come over here. Fuck, I don't remember.
Reaching
Switch one, of
50%
course.
of pressure threshold. Activate emergency drainage system immediately.
Your girl's working on it. It's a big old nonsense process, thank you. Okay, we're fine. Drain the water. Whew! Okay, we did fine that time. The water has been completely drained, chat. Alright, let's take the map of the Aqua Ring. Very nice. Oh yeah, in case open valve 1. Very helpful information that anybody would have loved to have during that. Alright, I'm not gonna pick up this healing item, I just don't need it. But I will come down here. We've got shotgun shells and shotgun shells. A healing item that I just don't have the room for on me. We're super gonna have to come back down here to loot this properly, chat. I've just got too much on me. This is fine. Pull the lever. This is fine. Oh, that's right. This is here. Big shark freaks out. Don't worry, chat. I'll solve the problem. This is... Ow. Okay, we turn it off first. Then we push it in the water. And then we turn it on. Goodbye, shark! And we totally fried the system. And now it's definitely safe to get back in the water. Like, duh. Okay, now we've got the key for the gallery. Which is the biggest thing that we really needed from down here, but there are still, like, a ton of items that we're having to abandon now because of this. Okay. We can head this way. I believe takes us towards the ladder out of here. Magnum rounds. I guess I can pick these up on the... Oh, I don't have room at all. Nope, I will come back for those someday. I've got to come back eventually anyways. I left too much down here. But, like... Okay. Because, yeah, there's a number of things that we ended up leaving behind. Okay, up the ladder. The dead dude in this room might be back now, which would not be great. Nope, we're not. More convenient for us, chat. I wonder if he's one of the ones that lost his head, because that'd be the most convenient. Discard the key, open the door. I think this is where I needed my weird number puzzle. Let's take this. Oh, not the bees! It's a slow battle to get the stuff done in this room. Totally fine. I did not write down what colors these were. I think they were red, green, and purple, or were they red, green, and orange? Orange. What the fuck is that handwriting, Sam? I think I put the wrong numbers. No, I didn't. It's because it's pink, not red. Like, I wrote down red, but I guess it was pink. One of those colors doesn't match the other. That's where that confusion always comes from. Happened last time, too. Okay, I super don't have the inventory space to do this puzzle. Okay. I don't have any of the stuff that I need for any of... Oh, God. Ow, 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 ow. Rude! Okay. Let's get out of here. We need to go deposit our stuff at the moment, so... we gotta make the walk back. Ooh, don't go over the empty hole, please. Thank you. Okay, let's get here. Need to deposit a bunch of stuff in here so we have room to do the other thing. Okay. 4 should be plenty of inventory space for this. I hope. So, fingers crossed for that. Okay, I have the numbers for this written down as well to help with this. Point taking the empty bottle. Okay, you can't even actually do this part. What's the point of this room to you? There's literally no point to this room for you. Cool. Okay. So how are you supposed to do... How's Chris supposed to do this part? Does he just not need to do that part? With... It's probably fine. Let's kill the bugs in here. Bye. Bee wasp things. That's not the right door. The bees! We're gonna pretend that they were wasps, because bees are actually good. Wasps are a menace. I'm sure wasps also serve some sort of function in nature, but... as far as I'm concerned, they're just butts. Okay, there's the 3 key. I'm gonna leave the herb here for right now. Hello, 3-door! Probably are wasps, don't remember. It's probably one of the notes around there. Probably, yeah. Ah. Safe-ish room. This out. This room has a typewriter, but it doesn't have a box, does it? Yeah, the item box is only in the other room, unfortunately. So we have to go back for the red book. I want to save until after I do that. So be... Ah, dagger. I'll take that. Yes, please. Thank you. This room done. Okay. Alright, let's go grab the book real quick, chat. And then we can do this puzzle. This way. Oh, I emptied the book out of my inventory and I didn't even need to because we can't even do the stupid chemistry puzzle. Like, I'm sorry, Chris, it's not rocket science. You should be able to figure it out. All of the instructions are present in that room. There's another Vex Strike Force in a few minutes? Are you kidding me? This is not the right door. Why are there so many so close together? We go from never having any to all of a sudden, whoops, so many. What the heck, game? Oh my god. Chat, the game, it's fighting me. The backtracking's so much fun. All I know is Chris isn't a science guy, he's a punchy, kablamo shooty guy. But he's not even a punchy guy in this game, Nee. He can't even punch a boulder. Not even a boulder, he can't even punch a door. Oh, jeez. Yeet. It's fine. This is fine. I don't want to fall off that, please. Zoom. Fucking Titan jumps. Alright, hold on, chat. Whoa. Alright, chat. Ugh. Taking off the dino for now. I'm totally contributing to this. I just didn't want to leave it on for a super long time. I'm contributing! At least I left the Resident Evil music on this time, so y'all don't just have absolute silence. How did you die all the way— oh, it's because you're doing it solo. I was like, how did you die all the way over there, random person? Stop that. Snowballs everywhere, chat! Ow! Oh, that pushed me all the way off the edge. That's fun. Like, get your toes! Break them ankles! Consider your ankles broken! Oops, I got unstuck, please. There we go. Hand cannon feels much better. The absolute backwards launch that I do during that is ridiculous. Don't you boop me backwards, you little... Who perished? Someone did. Alright, what do we got? What do we got? Point contact cannon brace. I don't know what that does. Gain melee energy and create lightning strikes with thunderclap. Aight. This. What was the other? I got a chest piece earlier, but I wanted to see what it did. Using your class ability grants a barricade grenade. Well, that sounds sketchy at best. Anything good, piece? Another thunder- You got another thunder yeet chest? But worse than the other. Oh, God. Well, that's not helping you. Oh, no, don't sulk. Here, I give you a moth. Have a moth. It's so pretty. And together we'll set the moth free into the non-rain. Alright. Now I'm gonna find out what Mom and Dad got. Okay, I see. Hold on, chat. Load, game, load! I'm coming to help! Theirs isn't done yet, and I think they're like some of the only people there, and they're at the beginning of it still, because there's only like 2 of them. So I'm going to attempt to go help. Okay, good. There's more people here now, but I'm still gonna help. Zoom! Ow. Ow. They all took the long way and they're not on sparrows! Oh my god, does it have to take so long for my super to come back? Yeah, it's really annoying that you can't join Peace, and I think I don't know if I leave the fire team if you can join off of me, or if it's gonna kick me to orbit. Nope, it kicks me to orbit. Damn it! I was really hoping it wouldn't. Heck. I don't know if I can get back in there before they finish that. I tried. Damn it, now my super's down. Not coming. Fuck. Ow. Where are all of the fucking Minotaur heads? There we go. People that break the things need to try to break more than one of them. So that they can all take damage from those supers. We're not gonna finish in time. If only one of those shields is broken, they're not all taking damage. Yeah, and my super's not gonna come back nearly fast enough. Not even a chance. Damn, Mom and Dad just got stuck with people that didn't know how to do this event. And with a fucking wyvern just beating the shit out of us at the same time. That's unfortunate. Sorry, guys, I tried. Why are you sorry? I got my event. I'm sorry that you got stuck with a bunch of people that didn't know how to help you do that. Only being able to damage one of those at a time was not helping us get anywhere. And I didn't have my super to even remotely do damage for you. Okay. Let's take that book back real quick. I wish I could have gotten that for you guys and helped you. You're on the wrong subclass, which did not help. What subclass were you on? Any of them should have been fine for that. Yeah, I mean, frankly, there just weren't a lot of people there, and the ones that were not setting you guys up for success. You've got to use those Minotaur heads to prep all of those guys for damage, not just one of them. If it'd been on Solar Well, it would have helped. Honestly, your damage super is just as helpful. There really isn't a wrong or right class for that. Except for maybe Bubble Titan. Just because the super doesn't do anything for damage output. But, I mean, even Peace was on that earlier and it was just fine. Peace was with a group of people that knew what they were doing. It didn't matter what subclass any of us were on because we had enough of us that were prepared. I didn't have the right chest piece on for my subclass. I certainly wasn't helping earlier. But there was just enough people that were better prepared for it. Oh, that's right. This is trying to get me fucking in trouble. There we go. But yeah, Peace and I were both not on optimal stuff for ours, and it was just being rude to you guys. I feel like everything was hitting a lot harder in there. I was dying a lot. Ow. Oh. Oh, hello.
Chris! Rebecca!
Random lady!
It's no use. The roots are in the basement. You can...
No!
Take that file. It'll tell you how to make the potion to kill this thing. Use it on its roots. Hurry!
We gotta hurry! Grenade request, I'm going to bed. Alright, Mom. Have a good night. Sorry again that we weren't able to help you with that better. Okay, well this is different. We didn't switch characters on the one with Jill, did we? Maybe we did. I don't know. He took my save tapes. I wanted to save my game. Do I just need to get to 20? Was that all I needed to do? Okay, yeah. Alright, time for my notes to come in handy, chat. Six. Okay, this should be 3. Water is 1. Okay, we need 1 and 3, 4, 4 and 6, by 10, and then we need 1 and 6. And then 10 and 7 and 3. Okay. So, now we need to take this down. To use on the plant in the basement. Which we get to from here? Maybe? If I remember directions? Down we go. Yes. Cool. See, I'd love to collect all the items on her, but then she'll just have my items. She's also full of jars right now, so she actually can't. Fuck, I'm still March is playing Destiny. Hold on. I forgot to switch it back over. We were playing it like 2 seconds ago, yes. Thank you. There we go. Okay. Now we're fine. I was trying to be on top of switching back and forth. Night, Mom. Have a good one. I will see you later. I think I'm going the right direction. Boy, I hope so. We are halfway to our weekly goal. Isn't it exciting? I gotta find out where I put my notes for if we get a weekly spin. It's a different wheel, chat. It's crazy. I put those notes somewhere and I don't know where that is. Yeet! Perish. Throwaway bottle. Sure. Did it throw away all of the bottles? It did throw all of the bottles. Okay, there's nothing in here, I guess. So I guess that's the only reason to come in here. Alright. Oh. What was with that look? Oh. Bravo, Rebecca! Save Chris using Rebecca. Is there any other way? Why is that an achievement? Is there a version of this where she just doesn't? Oh god, it's still alive! Ow! What the fuck? do that, please? Like, can you chill out? Woo! Oh god! We're gonna absolutely die, chat, and I haven't saved in for fucking ever. Please let me out. The 50 was super not on my list of things. No. Nice try. 50 squats was not on my list. Whew, okay, let's go and, like, save because I'm so scared right now. Yeah, 50 would probably make me just, like, start crying. I'd certainly have absolutely horrible form by the end of it, that much is certain. Where did my lists for that all end up? Did it just all get mixed together? I have a pile of sticky notes here, and I know I wrote it on a sticky note, which was, in retrospect, not my best plan. Apparently it's the one set of sticky notes not in the pile. Which is helping nobody, chat. Not a single person was helped on this day. Oh, here we go. Nope, it was in my crochet notebook for some reason. Okay, so, since we're halfway, chat, I'll tell you some of the things that are on the weekly wheel spin. If we hit our weekly goal, not only do we do the daily spins, but we also do one extra big spin, and the wheel will have a party animals stream, a cooking stream, a cosplay stream, a phasmophobia stream, I'll have to make a new emote, an art stream, where you'll probably get to watch me make a new emote, a game roulette, where I'll put a bunch of different games into a wheel and spin that, or Gartic Phone. So, it's a bunch of games with chat. So, if y'all want some community stuff, that could be fun. I could even put, that new game that everybody's been playing. I could put Lethal Company on there, I just have to buy it first. But yeah, if you want that, community stuff, chat, we gotta hit those weekly goals. I didn't want to put that away. I want to hold on to that. I wanted first aid spray, though. Oh, good, I did have more ink. I was getting so worried that I only had 3. There we go. Alright, let's go ahead and save here, chat. We had a very productive stream today, I'd say. We hit our 8-hour mark, which is good. We've made, like, amazing progress through here as well. We got all the way through the rest of Jill's run, and halfway through, Chris's. We made some pretty good progress, I'd say. So, we're getting pretty dang close with this. I want to say we're somewhere in the halfway zone. You've been seeing some Uno chaos. Was thinking we could do that someday. I'd have to... Do I have Uno? I think I have Uno on something. What do I have Uno on? Oh, I have it on Steam. Yeah, I have Uno. I could put some Uno on that list. I'll add Lethal Company to the list as a maybe. We don't own that game yet, but I'm hoping to get it soon. I also need to get the Resident Evil DLC that came out recently and play that as well. That's not going on the wheel though. That's just something I need to do in general. But yes, I have Uno on Steam, so we could do that with some people if people have it. Part of it, these streams aren't gonna like just happen. I will have to like, if we spin for some of these games, we'll have to plan for them afterwards, so it won't necessarily be the same day we spin it, but it will be I find some people available and see if they would like to join for for some shenanigans. Okay, but it is like 9:30 chat, and I do need to get myself ready for some sleeps. But thank you guys for all of the chaos and support today. So many of you guys hung out and chatted and lurked today. Played some games as well with the couple Destiny bits. We got halfway to our freaking weekly goal already, chat. That's amazing. You guys got 2 wheel spins out of me in one day, so thank you so much for all of the support. If you have more ideas for things we could put on the wheel, chat, that are some like small goals that are easy to do right when we do the spin, let me know. I'll see about adding them. We'll get some extra things on there. Oh, puppy. But, chat, in the meantime, let's see if there's anybody that we can send a raid on over to, shall we? Who's doing things and stuff and whatnots? Oh, here we go. Tesh is streaming, chat. I don't know if we've raided Tesh very often. They're playing Crisis Remastered. So let's get this raid queued up. I encourage you to stick around while we raid, chat. Help spread the love to someone else. Reminders, chat. Tomorrow, Thursday, my day off to get some stuff done. Streams will resume Friday, briefly before the weekend. As we go into the Christmas weekend. So yeah, one more stream on Friday. I will see you guys for that. Y'all know the drill with raids though. Be nice, follow Tesh's rules. Most importantly, have fun. Switch that. Alright, chat. Hope you all have an absolutely wonderful day, night, evening, whatever the absolute heck it may be for you. I hope to see you all next time. Have a good one, you guys. Goodbye. Goodbye.